Welcome everyone, we're back in the wonderful world of SummerSlam, we're back in the world of PLE watch parties, and we're back in the world of wrestling. Tonight, start to finish, we'll be hosting a SummerSlam watch party. The big matches on the card are basically all of them. Even the ones that aren't necessarily going to be setting the world on fire are still quite exciting. Sami Zayn and Bron Breakker, anyone? Bayley, Nia Jax, anyone? That's before you even factor in some real big, real hot feuds. Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan, CM Punk and Drew McIntyre, and also a main event of Cody, Rhodes and Solo Sikoa, which is just sort of there. Hello everyone, my name's Tom Colohue. We are live half an hour before the show starts to join in the pre-show. Michael Cole currently on our TV screens. I will be your host, I will be your company in the world of wrestling until SummerSlam completes. So I will basically, what I'm trying to say is I will be here to take you to completion, and I hope you all quite enjoy the show. 7 matches are lined up. This is very effective of Triple H's half-hour system, and a little bit more for a main event, where the big news is the impending return of Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns has a bit of an issue with Solo Sikoa, who has claimed the position as tribal chief in Roman's absence. Well, Roman ain't gonna be gone for long. So this is exactly what I'm looking for. I cannot wait for this one. We are live on both YouTube and on Twitch. I will be trying to keep track of both chats, but please be aware that if the Twitch chat is particularly active, I will struggle to keep up with it, just because it does mean switching a little bit back and forth, whereas YouTube is already a fairly active one. If you're, bear with me just one sec. If you're joining us tonight, please make sure that you hit the thumbs up as you join. We have 26 people currently watching, 11 likes, and every like does help the growth of the channel. You can also help the chat rate via a number of means. First and foremost, speak amongst yourselves, but we also do a few things to try and boost the chat rate as we go. That's another way that guarantees the growth of the channel, because the more people hit like, the more people are engaged in the chat rate, the more YouTube basically just makes the channel grow. So be sure to say hi, be sure to say hi to each other, and we will get the party started. Let's see what I haven't said. Sam says, do you see Becky coming back tonight? I did mention Becky during yesterday's spoiler warning. I do not expect Becky Lynch today. It's McCade says, hi Tom. Hello, it's McCade. Thomas says, say Tom, hell, Tom, here's to a good SummerSlam. What is your most anticipated match? I personally am most excited for Rhea versus Liv. I just think this is a huge opportunity for Liv Morgan. She's very much earned it. And Rhea Ripley, being Rhea Ripley, we know this should be a lot of fun. How the Judgment Day survive this, I don't know. But the Judgment Day Civil War and the Bloodline Civil War seem like they're going to be happening at roughly the same time. Jaden says, hi Tom, long time no see. Good to see you, mate, hope you're well. Angel says, Liv versus Rhea is scheduled to kick off the show. That's good news. That was my first thought, though I did suspect later on that CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre would be the one. You know it's a hot feud, and typically if Becky Lynch is involved, they will open the show if they're not main eventing. That does seem to be something that Rhea Ripley has learned from Becky. It's McKay says, have you done any predictions already? Are you saving them for soon? I've done predictions already. I've done a predictions PLE Wednesday. I also did predictions during spoiler warning yesterday. I will reiterate them and get your predictions before the show goes live tonight. Carmelina says, hi. Hello, Carmelina. Amari says, hey, Tom. Hello, Amari. Spider-Boss says, hello, Tom. Sorry for missing spoiler warning yesterday. Couldn't watch yesterday due to a kill switch, so I had no electricity. Sorry to hear that, but if you can't make it, that's a shame. But I'm not too concerned by it. Like, I'm not upset when people aren't here. I appreciate when you are here. Robin Dave says, does Roman come out during or after the main event? Well, we'll see, won't we? Spider-Boss says, do you have any news on the MJF Britt Baker altercation? I covered that on yesterday's spoiler warning. Whole lot of people telling me it's been blown way out of proportion. Kevin says, one of the most wasted time pre-shows ever. 0 matches. That's WWE for you. Jay says hello to each other, which is exactly what I asked for. I appreciate you. Nathan says hi Tom and everyone. Hope everyone is having a great weekend. Welcome Nathan. Spider-Boss says it's going to be sad when Dom turns on Rhea and helps Liv to win. One says, hey Tom, after a 2-year sample size of Triple H's pay-per-view booking, Vince relied heavily on shock value returns debuts unlike Triple H. Ishi says, hello Tom, hope you're okay. Do you see Alexa returning tonight? I do not, Ishi. If there's going to be any returns, it'll just be the one, and it'll be the big one. Daniel says, hello Tom, do we know what match is kicking off SummerSlam? I believe someone said earlier in the chat it was going to be Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan. Thomas says, do you think we get 2 War Games matches at Survivor Series? Yes, I do. One will be the Bloodline Civil War. The other will be something going on in the women's division. Likely Damage Control will feature once again. Angel says, will Dom turn on Rhea tonight? We will see a very different Bloodline after tonight. That is what the report is from WrestleVotes. What I've mentioned previously, Bloodline Civil War and Finn Balor. Jaden says, I haven't watched anything WWE related in a while. Don't know any of the storylines, but I'm sure it will be a good show. Hopefully so. The wrestling quality is still great, and I know who you're a fan of. I would imagine you'll enjoy the Liv Morgan match quite a lot. King Azza says, Tom, if Roman does not return, it would deflate the fans. Until Friday, yes. Robin Day says, some people are upset that Jimmy Uso didn't show up on SmackDown last night. There was never an indication that Jimmy Uso was going to show up on SmackDown. People were disappointed by themselves. Spider-Boss says, my predictions for SummerSlam, I'll get to them shortly. Thomas says, do you think it'll be either Dom or Finn? I'm leaning towards Finn eventually breaking of the bloodline, though I do think Dom might fall for things. That says, big up Tom, do you think we get any surprises tonight? I think there's going to be one big surprise, which we've already all become aware of. So I said, evening all and welcome to the biannual SummerSlam stream. Congrats on having a net connection this year, Tom. Yeah, I sometimes forget that happened. Memories. Yeah, I start to remember these ridiculous worlds we live in. Spider-Boss says, I see Seth Rollins screwing CM Punk and Drew winning. And we have plenty of people talking amongst themselves. Thank you, Joe, for being instrumental in increasing the chat rate. Personally, I appreciate you for that. We are 10 minutes in. I am going to get to my predictions now, but before I do just want to point out, since we came back just over a week ago, just under 2 weeks ago, I've made it a bit of a mission to have an ever-evolving backdrop because, as you guys know, the office space that I have here is far from complete. So what I've been doing is peeling wallpaper, breaking down a wall, putting up a blind, and now, as you might see, painting. Now, it's just plain white, and it's not perfect down here. There's a bit of the previous paint showing through that I need to sort out. But I do feel like it looks a hell of a lot better, a hell of a lot brighter, and I'm in much sharper contrast than I was previously. I do feel like I faded perfectly and annoyingly into the background previously. So, we will continue from here on. It'll probably be white for a little while I work out what to do with the office space, but it'll probably be stuff, shelves, wrestling thematic stuff. We'll see how it goes. Your suggestions are, of course, very welcome. So let's talk about SummerSlam. Let's start by talking about the match that's currently lined up. Liv Morgan versus Rhea Ripley. Now, who do you have for that one? I have Liv Morgan for this one, retaining the championship, making it clear that she was not a transitional champion, and making it clear that she's not just keeping the title warm for Liv Morgan. I do think this will be the beginning of the breakup of the bloodline. Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley will end up separate as faces. Meanwhile, Finn Balor, JD McDonough will definitely end up as heels. As regards Dominic Mysterio, I'm not yet certain. As regards Carlito, who the hell knows? Who the hell cares? Let me know your prediction for Liv Morgan versus Rhea Ripley. Gordy says, what's up Tom? Michael Cole just announced he'll be moving to Friday Night SmackDown and Joe Tessitore will be the new play-by-play announcer on Monday Night Raw. I think that's best of both worlds. Raw's very popular right now, but Michael Cole Naturally, stepping away when Pat McAfee does is something you would expect. Daniel says, do you think Randy and Kevin also turn up tonight in the Cody versus Solo match? Yes, personally I do. I think it's an overbooked mess. I think the Avengers assemble once again. King Azza says, I also think we're going to have a face-off between the original Bloodline and Solo's Bloodline. That is what I see as well. Robin Dave says, moving into a new house is always a pain because you never know what you might expect. Yeah, there's very much still a few issues. The floor's not as stable as I'd like, I'll say that. The floor's not as stable as I'd like. Outside of that, so far so good. Marcel says, okay, let's go. Let's try to break the like record with all of us. The like record for a watch party is actually quite high. We've had watch parties hit 8,000 views. And with that in mind, the record's about 140. Record's about 140, so good luck to you, Marcel. Spider-Boss says, I thought Mercedes Money was joking when she said that Britt Baker got suspended. She wasn't. Naturally, it's being followed up since. We have predictions in. Thomas has Liv winning. Ismakate has Liv retaining. King Azza says Liv to win. Sai says it looks a super strong card, hoping for some storyline conclusions. I foresee a lot of surprises and twists rather than endings. I agree with that one. Unfortunately, there's only a couple where it looks like we'll get a conclusive winner. Dad says Liv to retain. Robin Dave also has Liv. Spider-Boss says I think Liv wins with the help of Dominic. Joe has Liv as well. Juan has Liv for the win. Marcel has Liv. Daniel has Liv to retain. Oh, thank you, Joe. Joe says, do you know what, Tom? I really appreciate it. What you do, everything you do. Love your videos. I love your quizzes, and I enjoy we do it as a team. We do. It is a large part of my success comes entirely from people like yourself, Joe. So I appreciate you for that. Thomas says, I don't think I could see Dom being a face. He's just a perfect heel. I agree, though. Sometimes a perfect heel becomes an automatic face. Look at Rhea Ripley. Sai said, I see the same Judgment Day with Liv replacing Rhea and then Damian doing his own thing. Liv wins tonight with Dom's help. Jordan says, good evening, Tom and chat. Hope you're all well. Welcome, Jordan. Spider-Boss says, I thought Naomi was going to make the save when Bianca and Jay got beat up by Alba Fyre and Isla Dawn last night. Sometimes, unfortunately, things don't happen that way. And it was me, says Liv for the win, thanks to Dom accidentally costing Rhea. Let's move on to the second match I want to talk about. Let's go into the second women's match of the show. It will be Bayley defending against Nia Jax. I have Bayley retaining once again. I have all women's championships that come into this show leaving successfully with the person defending it. So I have Bayley defeating Nia Jax. Again, I don't see this one being conclusive. I do think we're in a world where we'll have a Charlotte Flair soon that will factor into it. But with a very heel-heavy SmackDown... with a very face-heavy SmackDown, I think the days are numbered. Bayley retains for now. Let me know your prediction for the match between Bayley and Nia Jax. It's McCade says Nia wins. King Azza has Bayley. Marcel has Bayley as well, as does Robin Dave. Pardon me. Spider-Boss says Dominic has got involved in Liv's last title defences. I think Dominic will help Liv. Wants to say, Tom, according to Dave Meltzer, Tony Khan is currently in Paris, France with David Zaslav to try and cut a deal. Meltzer believes it's a waste of time at this point, considering the window closed. The exclusive window closed. A deal with Warner Brothers Discovery is still a possibility. I don't want anyone to think it's over. Thank you kindly, Wiggly, subscribing for a 34th month total. Welcome to the show. As always, good to see you, mate. Oh, and he's in Paris. One says Bayley wins and Tiffany cashes in. Dad says Bayley to retain. Bayley said Bayley with a surprise of Chelsea Green spoiling Tiffany's cash in. Interesting. It was me, says Nia winning with Tiffany distracting, which brings Charlotte back to side with Bayley. Joe has Bayley to retain as well. John says love the overlay. Thank you kindly goes to Sai for that one. As you guys know, Sai puts together all of our overlays here. We get one for every single PLE, so I cannot thank him enough. Thank you once again, Sai. Steve says, gotta love the offshore sports book taking bets on SummerSlam. Give me Queen Nia all the way. Sai also has Bayley, says I hope they just skip all the fluff with Charlotte, just bring her in as a heel. Billy says, I'm quite excited for tonight. Hold me, Tom. You're 6 feet from the edge. Are you thinking? Wiggly says, going to watch the event with some French WWE fans. Just a quick swing by to say hello. We'll catch you soon. Glad to know you're alright, mate. Good to see you. I hope you have a great time. One says, hey, Tom, what will it be? Coke, water or tea? Guess. I did sigh. I did find that the lightning effects took up a bit too much of the screen. That was all. I would likely switch to it later in the show, to be honest, just to see who's on their toes. Next up, let's switch to the mid-card championships. I want to start with Sami Zayn defending the Intercontinental Championship against Bron Breakker in a rematch from Money in the Bank. This, I think, is one of the only matches that I expect to have a conclusive finish. Bron Breakker claims the Intercontinental Championship and goes into a brand new division which will feature Ilya Dragunov. I am aware that Fightful did report we would still see some differences to the card. This is the only match I can really see that happening. Outside of that, the only real change that's happened is Bloodline Rules, which I've got to say I don't think is particularly newsworthy. Bron Breakker winning the IC Championship, Sami Zayn still being in and around it, but Sami Zayn was not the original planned champion at this point. Gunther would have retained up until this point. So Bron Breakker lost clean at Money in the Bank. He did the favour, and I suspect the favour will be given back. Backwards says, hey Tom, what do you think of the Bloodline's tag title win? It's alright. Once again, WWE just sort of throwing everything into the Bloodline story. Can't necessarily blame them, but I also don't necessarily have to thank them. King Azza says, Bron winning. Rob and Dave has Bron. Bayley has Bron as well. Spider-Boss says, I think Bron Breakker wins the IC title, and then gives me the result of another match. It was me says, Bron winning the IC clean, strong win under 10 minutes. Daz books the trend, Sami to retain. One says, Bron Breakker wins, but I think this will kind of feel sympathy unless Bron just squashes Sami in about 10 seconds, which I don't see. Spider-Boss says, I don't get why Pat McAfee will not be on Raw anymore, because he has other commitments. Okay, Pete, interesting intro. It's McCade says Bron wins. And Si says shout out to friend of the show Corey, who's at the show. Thank you for that shout out, mate. Next up then we will go to the second mid-card championship, that being the United States Championship. Logan Paul is defending against LA Knight in a match that was originally planned for SummerSlam. As you're watching, please do remember to hit like on the stream if you've not yet done so. We have 27 people watching. We already have 29 likes, so you guys are already making the magic. You can literally see, as you hit like, more people joining the stream. That guarantees me more views, more income, and of course, more subscribers. If you've not yet done so, please consider subscribing as well. LA Knight is the winner for this one, and it has to be. If Logan Paul comes away from this still the United States champion, then the WWE have messed up massively, especially after the drama he created in misgendering someone and starting an entire transphobia argument with himself. Nick Aldis showed his opinions on this with a special coded tie in his segment with Logan Paul on SmackDown, and I've got to say, nothing but respect for that. I have LA Knight winning this one. I would be stunned if Logan Paul comes away with the gold. LA Knight, by the way, was expected to win at WrestleMania as well. Spider-Ball says, I think the one good thing about the Bloodline winning the tag team titles is WWE will remember those titles are there. Yeah, but they'll forget about the other ones. Fair enough, Pete. Robin Dave has LA Knight. Backwards has LA Knight. Thomas has LA Knight. King Azza has Logan Paul to retain. Steve says, of course, there's the thought of Roman Reigns and or Paul Heyman returning. But any surprises, debuts, returns on your radar is likely, but off the wall. I don't see a world in which we see 3-4 surprises tonight. I just don't. Even during a Royal Rumble, we don't get that from Triple H. Royal Rumbles are considerably less exciting under Triple H because you just don't get the surprises anymore. That says LA Knight for the win. It was me, says LA, winning after Logan misses a big spot. Which Knight would get a better finish? His finish isn't the strongest. It's a very fair point. Juan says, I want to say LA Knight, but I think WWE will have Logan Paul win as a massive heat heel troll. WWE's done that at times in the past. They certainly have. Spider-Boss says LA Knight, yeah, new USA champion. Bayley says LA Knight, if not now, then never. Yeah, pretty much. If you're not going to back him now, then what was the point of even backing him this far? Marcel says LA Knight. Pete says LA Knight as I dislike Logan more. And Robin Dave says, is there a possibility of Jimmy Uso? There is always a possibility. Drew McIntyre is currently being interviewed backstage ahead of his match against CM Punk, and this seems like a perfect opportunity to ask for your predictions for the match between Drew McIntyre and CM Punk, particularly factoring in that Seth Rollins is a special guest referee. I do believe it was the first pay-per-view under Triple H in which we had Jeff Jarrett as a special guest referee. And in the end, Jeff Jarrett did not factor into the finish whatsoever because Triple H, not big on special guest referees. Well, here we are. Seth Rollins is a special guest referee, and we have to expect he's going to be at least some way involved. Personally, I have Drew McIntyre winning this one, and a feud that goes the distance. Drew McIntyre wins early because CM Punk is still carrying some elements of injury. But there'll be a Seth Rollins heavily involved in the finish as a way to protect both. I have Drew McIntyre beating CM Punk. Steve says, I know you have little thought of visiting USA, but what about Canada? Perhaps Vancouver in November. Grey Cup towards the... I don't know what that means. I don't know what most of that means, Steve. I'm not against visiting Canada. Sounds like a nice place. Sounds like everyone's pretty chill. I like chill people. Robin Dave has Drew. King Hazard says Drew. Seth screws Punk. Spider-Boss has Drew winning. Joe says Drew. That has CM Punk for the win. One says I'm going to say Punk for the win. It's his first match and WWE return. Sai says, do we know what the main event is? It's not the biggest match, but I'm guessing Cody solo. If it doesn't open, I guess it's closing. Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa was indeed the planned main event. Has been for a little while. I believe I spoke about this in depth at Money in the Bank. Backward says, Triple H tag title booking is sad. Haven't been defended on a pay-per-view since Mania. Yep, there's been more defenses for the women's tag team titles. And once again, Triple H has kind of abandoned those now. It's McCade has CM Punk. Jordan says a win for McIntyre. Steve says, do you think Cleveland's old Mike Mizanin makes a cameo only to say his name? No, I think he's the host, so we're going to see a lot of him. Backward says Drew squashes Punk. I don't think we're going to see a squash, but stranger things have happened. Today's quiz, by the way, so far it has 70 answers. The question was, CM Punk will have his first televised singles match at WWE Summerslam 2024 after returning to the company at WWE Survivor Series 2023. Against who was his last WWE televised singles match? Your options are Seth Rollins, Jerry the King Lawler, Ryback, or Billy Gunn. So far, 70 answers. If you'd like to jump in there and answer that, you can check out the community page where there are 5 days worth of quizzes that you can sink your teeth into. I do apologise, 73 answers. Also, we are close to reaching a new milestone when it comes to subscriber numbers. We're currently at 6,592, meaning we only need 8 new subscribers in order to hit a new record of 6,600. Please do consider that as we continue to grow. Sai says, interesting, if Roman is not there, I'm guessing they'd want it out of the way first to tell people not to expect him. Fair, but people will likely still expect him after the fact. So once the match is finished, as long as they cut before people start booing, they'll all be happy. One says, hey Tom, didn't Vince used to get heat for hot potato in the tag team titles? Kind of sad Triple H is following that pattern. Yeah. Backwards answers in the chat. The quiz answer. Your vote will not be counted. Your quiz answer will not be counted because it's on the community page, mate. It was me says Drew wins because Seth inadvertently causes Punk's loss, like when HBK hit Taker with the chair, counting Brett for the win. Thomas says Seth goes to superkick Punk, misses, superkicks Drew, Punk wins. 2 matches left to get predictions for, 5 minutes left before the show kicks in. And I realise I'm not really as central as I'd like, so I'm just going to move this over here a little bit. Just a little bit more. You still get a little bit of wall, but I've intentionally painted just that bit of wall. Just that bit. I do think we can make something like of this section. Just a shelf here could make a lot of stuff happen. Next, we're going to talk about the World Heavyweight Championship match, where we have Gunther challenging current champion and member of Judgment Day, Damian Priest. Now, Damian Priest has had a relatively strong championship run. He's wrestled Jey Uso, he's wrestled Seth Rollins, he's wrestled some big names. His time is up. I'm confident we're going to have a very, very clear winner here, that Gunther will win clean, with no sign of any involvement from Judgment Day. I also think it's worth pointing out that Wade Barrett literally just stared right at the camera to say, we need a new United States champion tonight. That's telling for me. Give me your predictions for Gunther versus Damian Priest. Robin Day says ringside news is reported, and I stopped reading. Steve says, I apologise, Tom, I've had a few pints, just saying Vancouver has lots to offer in November. I don't think, by all means, put your town over, put your country over, do your thing. It's just that it's not something I've really considered. Spider-Boss says, I see Gunther winning clean. So I suggest some posters in the background. That'll be the last time you go off topic. No, I asked for this, mate. Vintage wrestling posters, cool. Robin Day says Gunther. Thomas Phipps says Gunther is the only correct winner. Juan has Gunther winning. Joe has Gunther to win as well. Marcel says Gunther. Backward says Gunther wins and then Judgment Day crumbles after SummerSlam. Pharaoh is on my screen. Cody Rhodes heading down right in front of an image of Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan opposite Eddie Guerrero, which is just not a moment for anyone. And there's Dusty Rhodes looking down on Cody Rhodes. You've got to love the imagery they give there. Typically, when it comes to the main event, the last vignette, the last hype package shown on the pre-show is for the main event. So given that we're seeing Cody Rhodes and Bloodline make their entrance, I think that's very telling. Tama Tonga looks amazing. What a collection of abs. Solo Sikoa does not. Sai has Gunther. Thomas says, I'd love it if the Judgment Day goes to help Damian. Finn stops them because Damian said he can do it without them. It was me says Priest loses with Balor and crew saying he does it alone, and it shows Priest needs them. Judgment Day doesn't need him. They jump Priest on Raw. Gunther for the big win. That leaves us then with our main event. Our main event is planned to be Cody Rhodes defending the undisputed WWE Not Universal Championship against Solo Sikoa, the current tribal chief of the Bloodline. Firstly, I'm going to ask you, does Cody Rhodes retain the championship or does Solo Sikoa claim the championship? And then, in a separate comment, I want you to tell me, does Roman Reigns return at SummerSlam tonight? Does Roman Reigns return at SummerSlam tonight? Backwards says, you think Priest and Gunther is a one and done? I do. I think it'll be as conclusive as you can possibly get. Steve has Solo winning. Oh, I forgot they do this whole singing the American anthem now. God bless America this time. Oh, I forgot about this guy entirely. I'm guessing he does country, based on his face and hat. Jelly Roll. Okay, that's a name. Spider-Boss says, I see Cody winning. Randy and Kevin Owens come to help Cody against the Bloodline. So I said, call me crazy, but I'm not ruling Solo out. Roman needs a heel champ to come back to. Certainly would be interesting. Roman coming back to claim his gold from his replacement tribal chief. Marcel says Cody. Spider-Boss does have Roman returning tonight. Daz has Cody to retain. Thomas says adrenaline in my soul. Cody's going to win. Backwards says Cody wins, not clean. Doug has Cody. Welcome, Doug. Juan has Cody as well. Steve says Roman returns, but in favour of Solo, whether intentional or not. Daz says Roman does return. Thomas has Roman returning as well. It was me says Cody returns, but ref knocks out, allows Solo the visual win. A visual pin is a likely spot, considering in bloodline matches there tends to be ref bumps. Juan says Roman returns to stare down Cody. Backwards also has Roman Reigns returning. Doug says yes, Roman returns. Marcel has Roman returning as well. Steve says Cody may be undefeated in Bloodline Rules, but Water finds its level. The match is designed for Samoans to win. This is the one. Well, so far, with Bloodline Rules, only non-Samoans have one, because there's only been the one. Triple H will be the first face we see for SummerSlam. Triple H, as we remember from WrestleMania, is being put over pretty huge by the WWE right now, and there is a reason for it. It's to try and wash the horrendous taste of Vince McMahon out of all of our mouths. I don't want Vince McMahon in my mouth. Dom says, what's up, Tom and chat? Don't forget to hit that like button. We have 3 words for you. Are you ready? And with Triple H heading down to the ring, what better 3 words can there possibly be? Backwards says, I can't see Roman getting the belt back for a long time. Cal says, hola, Tom. Hope you're well and the family are well. I'm saddened by the scenes in my city right now, but sure the stream and the WWE will cheer me up. Let's hope for a good night. Let's hope indeed. There's scenes in my city as well. Far-right racist extremists are trying to take over the decision-making process of the UK. They will all be going to jail. It was me says Heyman comes out after the match and the Bloodline is beating Cody down. Roman comes out after Heyman says he's back, but he's not alone. Triple H is out for the cheap pops, it seems. Doing the full DX intro. Spider-Boss says, do you know if there's any heat on Logan Paul after his transphobic comments? Yes. Quite extreme heat, largely from the women's locker room. The men's locker room don't seem to care that much. Funny that. Steve says, at some point a Samoan has to win Bloodline Rules. True. True. Hopefully. Thomas says Triple H is coming out. Jordan says Triple H's theme never gets old. Triple H has reintroduced Jelly Roll. Interesting. He's a big fan. Backwards says the political world is just insane. You're not wrong. Pete says, did you see Cole trying to do Trips' entrance? His spray was a bit weak. Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't think you can doubt that Triple H is probably one of the strongest of all time in the world of spitting. The man's had a lot of practice spitting. What can I say? Yep, it's country. No, Triple H is not going to sing with Jelly Roll. Spider-Man says, I think Roman and the Usos return, and SummerSlam ends with Roman spearing Solo and Cody. There's literal fire. Nice. Blue says, didn't Roman win the first Bloodline Rules match? Not that I know of. I'm pretty sure there was a match to determine the tribal chiefdom, but I'm not aware of a Bloodline Rules match that Roman has won. Zai says, opening SummerSlam with a concert is a choice. It's going to be normal from here on out. Very normal from here on out. It's just usually going to be national anthems, or at least songs that represent different countries. Juan says, imagine Logan Paul comes out with a Cleveland Browns jersey. After all, they're in their stadium. He is a Cleveland boy. Cal says, imagine Roman doesn't return. Well, everyone was saying that they think he will. Healthy can't stand Jelly Roll, which is fair enough. I'm not really a country fan, but I don't find his work offensive. Certainly not hating it. This also seems to be the perfect opportunity to make a small change to what we're doing here, because the music's playing. So we might as well get musical, might we? Little bit musical. Spider-Man says SummerSlam 2023, Roman versus Jey with tribal combat. First Bloodline Rules match was won by Cody at WrestleMania 40. Thank you for the clarification. Cal says Monday Night Raw. I can't remember the location. I just know it's where the Wyatts made their first appearance on Raw when they attacked Kane 11 years ago. Okay. So I says, I'm actually not offended. It's like a live narration of a video package. Yeah, I think they've integrated it very well. They've integrated it very well. It's not just here's a concert. It's the intro movie. Backwards says Jelly Roll is a rapper too. Cool. One says Roman versus Jimmy Hell in a Cell. I think that was a Samoan Rules match. It wasn't. It was an I Quit match. It was a Hell in a Cell I Quit match. P says they call this Hick Hop. Interesting. Cal says, can we have a sing-along, Tom? I mean, you can if you want to go full Drew McIntyre on it. Man knows how to sing along. Spider-Boss says, who will be the announced team on Raw now? They had one announced earlier. I genuinely can't remember the name. Beyond that, we don't know. We're really not sure. Given that people still seem to be finding their seats, it's actually a good way to open a show, I feel. It's a dream come true for Jelly Roll after all. Blue says they're going to have to clear that ring fast. They'll have plenty of time. There'll be a hype package video, I'm sure, followed by people making their entrances, which will take time. And of course, The Miz is here to kill a little bit of time as the host of SummerSlam. He's in amongst the people, which is always a risk. Hi Blue, good to see you. Pete says, this is great for me as a country fan. The Miz getting some love. He's also got a security member, which is good. I do find it interesting who he's chosen to stand near. They're having a very good time. Miz has officially opened SummerSlam. Backwards says, personally, I've never been a fan of concerts in wrestling, just because you want to see wrestling, not a concert. Rock and wrestling is one of the reasons that WWE succeeded. Genuinely. We have Rhea Ripley backstage. We have Dominic Mysterio showing some love. Oh, this is going to get hot. Blue says, starting with Rhea, the Dom betrayal is going to set things on fire. Big pop for Rhea Ripley. Dominic does seem to be coming down to the ring with her. Always a risk. Spider-Boss says, Dom betrayed his own dad. How does Rhea trust in Dom? Well, to be fair, Dominic's big on betraying people. He's been pretty good to Rhea, despite the mustache. It's a mustache that tells you not to trust someone. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. New ring gear as well. The new ring gear is very Alexa Bliss. Interesting. They're just warm. Bayley says the camera view with Miz shows some upper seats blocked off. Still a good amount, but I don't think it's a full-on sellout. And Thomas says it is Rhea versus Liv. It is indeed. I want to say, Tom, Tony Khan's Jaguars will face the New England Patriots this year at Wembley, October 20th. Yep, they've paid for that privilege. And honestly, it's probably going to be a very good one for them. Despite paying for the privilege, they do tend to make quite a lot of money from the use of Wembley. Blue says Rhea is Dom's Dom, so it's her skill as the Dom of Dom she's trusting in. Very true, and in fact, if she gets betrayed, she clearly hasn't been providing for the needs of her sub. Anyone who knows BDSM, you gotta please that sub. It's not just about hitting that sub. But if you're watching and you've never hit the subscribe button on this here YouTube channel, please do consider it. Because there's one thing I do like, is when people hit sub. When subs get hit, it's a good thing. Spider-Bot says, I remember Dom tried to screw Eddie Guerrero at SummerSlam 2005. 19 years later, Dom will turn on Mami. Bayley says, we'd better enjoy Rhea Ripley now, because when Hollywood calls, she'll be a major action star. Debatable? While she's very good at what she does, I'm not aware of a particular interest in acting. Stop it. Stop it. We have ourselves the announced Dream Team. We have Michael Cole, Pat McAfee and Corey Graves, which really is the absolute best they have and really a lot of fun to have in my ears. These are three men I just want in my ear at all times. Just non-stop. I want them to be constantly coming in my ear. It was me says, when Dom turns and joins Liv, does he become more like Eddie and lean into it? Is it possible he can get any more like Eddie? Because honestly, I don't think he can. I do like subs, Thomas. I do. You got to respect the world you live in, you know? You got to protect your subs. We've already had 36 likes. Pretty good number overall. And after 40 minutes, we've had 371 views. A lovely number. I'm a happy, happy boy. Please do keep it rolling if you've not yet done so. Let's do a tweet, shall we? Let's see what people in the Twitter sphere are saying. What do we got? So, SummerSlam opening with Liv versus Rhea. That's how hot the Revenge Tour has gotten. Also, let's respond to a WWE tweet. What have we got? Something about Rhea and Dom. Just nice and simple. Dom looks so happy for now. Bit of foreboding. Bit of foreboding. You will note a lack of backup for Liv Morgan. She's coming down on her own. Spider-Boss says Dom didn't reject Liv, and he rejected Liv only because Rhea was there. Yeah, pretty much. It was me says he's got to get the lies, cheats and steals as his intro when his music hits. So I say the ref can, they're definitely trying new things. Healthy says, will Finn Balor be involved in this match, Tom? We shall wait and see. My prediction for this match is that Liv Morgan will retain, but it will not be a clean victory. I do have the breakdown of the Judgment Day starting basically the second the bell rings. Rhea Ripley stepping into the background just to make herself known. The camera is literally positioned in the ear of the referee, meaning that we're undoubtedly going to see things, and possibly more than we were expecting. The brutality choker I could get behind. Spider-Boss says Rhea has been betrayed by Dakota Kai, Raquel Rodriguez and Nikki Cross. Dom will be the 5th person to turn on Rhea. I mean, that will make 4 based on the list you give me there. They're giving it the top treatment. Samantha Irvin introducing. They're also doing the full introduction with the special camera. They do have, indeed, a special camera. Not a big one, but it's certainly bigger than it was. It was me says, both women wearing black and blue tonight, no purple. I mean, that's just not true. Rhea Ripley is covered in purple. Very, very purple. P says, welcome back, Samantha. Where did she go? Where did she go? Fabio says, are you streaming it? No. I'm streaming a watch party instead. Streaming a watch party. And Bayley just says Samantha is great. Did Liv Morgan just lick the championship? Can everyone stop licking things? I'm only human. That's a tweet. It's not a tweet. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. So we have ourselves a Women's World Championship match. Liv Morgan defending in the opener of SummerSlam against Rhea Ripley. A year ago, the idea of Liv Morgan opening SummerSlam seemed a ridiculous concept, a faraway pipe dream. Also interesting seeing that we are now beholden to 5 different ads on the mat. There's actually technically 3 different ads because 2 of them are paired up. But they've still kept it relatively obscure and relatively avoided the obnoxiousness that was that original Prime logo in full colour. They're black and white, they're largely noticeable. I've only just noticed them now, to be fair. Liv Morgan looking to kill a bit of time, make Rhea Ripley chase her. I think Rhea Ripley might just be showing off the rib tattoo, which... Wow. That is a tattoo and a half. Liv Morgan wearing closer to her Chucky attire. Or should I say Bride of Chucky attire, because, what can I say, she ain't the doll. Spider-Boss says Rhea mentioned on the preview on WWE in Espanol that Dakota Kai, Raquel Rodriguez, Candice LeRae and Nikki Cross betrayed her, so it's difficult for her to trust in people. Fair, Judgment Day have been good to her so far, but in the wrestling world, everyone eventually betrays everyone. But he says, I think the camera work in WWE has come on leaps and bounds. I agree. They've definitely found ways to make it a lot more interesting, and it's working. They're experimenting with a lot of different things. Liv Morgan making friends with Green Shirt Girl, and Rhea Ripley catches her. And we... Oh, stop it. Once again, I'm only human here. You gotta stop doing this to me. Live up for the fight. Completely overpowered, though. You will note that there was no lockup. We go straight to fisticuffs. It's been a while since we've seen Rhea Ripley in action. In fact, to be fair, WrestleMania might have been the last match we saw from her. Oh, an exploder suplex. Rhea Ripley adding a little bit of new stuff to her arsenal. Dominic Mysterio celebrating on the outside, just glaring at Liv. Getting a bit too close to her at the moment. They're over-celebrating. I don't trust it. Spider-Boss says only 3 title defenses for Liv Morgan as Women's World Champion, and Liv is a full-timer. She's less title defenses in 2017, 2018 Brock. Yeah, but to be fair, it's in 3 months. 3 defenses in 3 months ain't that bad. In fact, it's pretty standard, and I would suggest maybe Cody Rhodes has defended the same amount of times. I think Damian Priest has, so I don't think it's as bad as you're suggesting. The match is starting relatively slow. Rhea's in control. Dominic is just sort of hovering and chewing his gum. We're supposed to not be trusting him. Not sure what's going to happen, but I have serious questions about a number of wrestlers. Basically the entirety of the Judgment Day. I have the questions. Bit of a Glasgow kiss there from Rhea Ripley. She's already gone for the finish. Oh, into the corner. She hit that before the finish against Becky Lynch at WrestleMania. That's what she's going for. Gave Liv Morgan a moment to recover from it. She ready to do the rolling? She's good at the rolling, to be fair. And escapes. Not exactly to safety. But I am noticing, I think Liv Morgan's... I think there's purple on her wrist. Ugh. I think there might be purple on the wrist guard, but who can tell? Rhea jackknifed pretty hard there. Is holding her shoulder and said it's out, which suggests to me that it's definitely not out. This will definitely be storyline. She wouldn't have said that if it wasn't. So there's our story. She's still not 100%. Not a surprise, really. Kind of what you're expecting. Though it does suggest that that might not be what we're seeing with CM Punk later. Spider-Boss says Eddie Guerrero turned on China and cost her the IC title. Dominic will turn on Rhea and cost her the Women's World Championship. We'll see how this goes. Also, you'll note Liv Morgan making sure there was a wedgie for all the boys. And for most of the girls, to be fair. I don't think this match is going to speed up. I think this is going to be a ring psychology match, and it's going to be kind of, you know, there. Yeah, I don't think this is a match we're going to be watching back several times. Let's see if it speeds up. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Liv Morgan is now in control, primarily because of Rhea feigning an injury. Does kind of suggest that Liv Morgan would not have been able to beat Rhea Ripley without some sort of injury. That said, it does assist the position that Liv Morgan is sadistic and evil and cruel, etc. Which, you know, not really, but we've got what we've got. Blue says, Tom, do you expect Dom's interference here to be obvious or more dumb? I don't really expect him to be very involved. Chris says, let's go. Bayley and Liv Morgan, my two favourite superstars right now. Blue says, very funny ring. They'll have mic'd it up underneath a little more. And Sai says, might be wrong, but Dominic appears to be wearing a shirt under the white shirt. Interesting. Also interesting that he just sort of waved his crotch attire at Rhea to try and cool her down. Dueling chants there. Let's go Rhea seems to be louder than let's go Liv. Bayley says, Tom, much is made about Dave Meltzer's ratings of matches. Does he actually attend events like this? Yes. There will always be representation from Wrestling Observer at events like this. Usually it won't be him who's doing the interviews because, you know, he's not a popular man. It'll be someone like Andrew Zarian, but Andrew Zarian is no longer working for Wrestling Observer, so hard to say. Blue says, oh God, Dom's going to throw the towel in. They're going to keep this going for a good while. Yes, they are. And Billy says, it actually looked out. Was not at this point. They've lost something. Some piece of clothing gone. Maybe some of Liv's tassels or something like that. We haven't seen the ref cam just yet. But if there is a ref cam, I imagine it's designed to look at Rhea's shoulder. Very good big boot. Dom is checking on Rhea. You can actually see the scar on Rhea's arm. That does suggest that we maybe won't get the betrayal that we were thinking, because Dominic did just save Rhea from Liv Morgan. Rhea, maybe don't get a full handful there. Calm down. Rhea's still taking her time here. Oh, her pants have ripped. The broken attire was her pants. She's putting her arm back in. She did this before. She did this at the Royal Rumble the year before last when she and Liv Morgan were the final two. She literally had to pop it back in then. And now we're into it. Now we're into a war. Big drop kick. Liv Morgan's in trouble here. If someone's going to turn, it'll have to be soon. Big drop face first. Rhea goes for the pin, but as we know, if Rhea Ripley isn't doing the sexy pin, it won't work. Well established. That's law. That is canon. I thought for a moment that it was supposed to be Dominic grabbing her and making that happen. But no, she is legitimately popped that shoulder in. Rhea Ripley's art imitating life there. She genuinely had to pop her shoulder back in during the 2023 Royal Rumble. Who was the runner-up to Ripley's win there? Liv Morgan. Okay, I'm seeing some ref cam clips. I'm not loving it. We slowed down again a little bit. We're a bit more even now. Liv starting to fight back. No point focusing on the arm because Rhea is not struggling. A lot of big selling at the moment. Selling the arm cleverly for the submission. It's a very good submission hold. It looks strong. It looks powerful. It allows her to really show off her figure. And to be fair, most of the actual... oh, that was awkward. Most of the actual weight is not held by Rhea. It's held by the wrestlers themselves who's in the submission in the handstand. Liv Morgan with the finish that beat Ronda Rousey. Rhea kicks out. We saw the Dominic Mysterio there and didn't really see the transition to the armbar. You don't see a lot of armbars from Liv Morgan. You don't see a lot of armbars since Ronda Rousey left. Liv doing this quite cleverly. She's not got it locked in. I'm also seeing now that the Wingstop ad is green, and that does stand out quite annoyingly. I think Rhea's lost a bit more of her outfit as well. I'd imagine that was a leg thing. It's hard to tell. Either way, somebody in that crowd is going home with a lot of Liv Morgan attire. Nope, Rhea Ripley attire. That's what I was trying to say. Thankfully, she's double strapped Alexa Bliss style. If that breaks, who even knows? Deadlift powerbomb, sells the arm again. Liv Morgan kicks out. We are getting up to a decent pace now. It does show as well what Liv Morgan can do. She can be wily, she can be inventive, she can be creative. She doesn't have to be the powerhouse that Rhea Ripley is. Huge mommy chant from the crowd. They know where the milk's coming from. Rhea's gloating a bit here. She's laddered her tights. She won't be happy with that. Like, to be fair, the tights are more ladder than tight now. Morgan's finding ways to get some distance. Thought for a moment she was in position for Oblivion there. She's gone to Samantha Irvin. I think she's leaving. She's getting a chair. We're getting physical. Side just says, geez, with that headbutt. The show started 28 minutes ago, by the by, for those asking. So a lot of referee butt there rather than what was supposed to be happening. Rhea just kicks Liv. I think she's hitting this one. She hits this one. Someone in the crowd just spotted something. She's not gone for the sexy pin. Something's about to happen. Kervin says, we want tables. Dominic Mysterio a bit too close to the chair. I think logically, Dominic's going to stop Rhea from using the chair. Not because he wants to protect Liv Morgan, but because he knows that will mean no championship for Rhea. That's exactly what he's done. That's exactly what he's done. He's rightly pointing out she can't win the title like this. He's protecting her interests. But that might well be enough to cause a problem. Oblivion. That's Liv's finish. Rolls into the cover very nicely. Rhea Ripley kicks out. That was a big moment, and I do think the crowd are eating this one up. Blue says Rhea is 80s Hulk Hogan reincarnated. I wouldn't go that far. She hasn't actually taken that much offense so far, especially not outside of her arm. Dominic just threw the chair into the middle of the ring. He's trying to distract the ref, but Liv's going to be That's going to be an Oblivion. That's going to be an Oblivion on the chair. That'll be that. Liv Morgan takes advantage of... Oh, Dominic's got an interesting look on his face. Takes advantage of a chair from Dominic Mysterio to pick up the win there. And I do feel like that is stupidity rather than maliciousness. Bear with. The question is, will Rhea Ripley see it that way? Will Rhea Ripley see it that way? I'm not sure. It was me, says Dom's grinning. Yeah, he looked very happy with the result there. Thomas says Dom cost Rhea. Pete says never saw that coming. Pete gives the match an 8 out of 10. Personally, I'm giving it a 7. It started very slowly. The finish was a little too focused on Dominic Mysterio. I don't think Liv looked like a winner there. I think she looked a lot like she did against Shayna Baszler, where she was just sort of, you know, well, she can't beat Ronda, but she's going to get lucky. Oh, no. The man has picked a side. Dirty bastard. Dirty bastard Dominic Mysterio. I think Liv's as surprised as anyone else. I still think come Monday Night Raw, this is not the way it's going to go. Oh, okay. Rhea really reacting to this one. He was smiling afterwards. He knew what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. It is an interesting expression from Rhea. Pure rage. I mean, you wouldn't want to be Liv Morgan here. You would not want to be Liv Morgan here. Dominic Mysterio and Liv Morgan just signed their own death warrants. Rhea Ripley will eat them alive. So that's our first match, and as is typical of a Triple H show, it is our first half-hour segment. Triple H does like every section to be broken down into roughly 30 minutes. Works for me, works for a hell of a lot of fans as well. We're getting a little bit of an ad here for the WrestleMania documentary, which is certainly very well received. How do we rate the match? As I say, I'm still giving it a 7. It was just a bit too slow and a bit too focused on what was going on the outside. Though the actual action, once they got going, was good quality. Juan gives it a 6.5. Blue says Dom is dead meat. It was me says the accidental loss and the Dom kiss. Kevin says maybe Rhea and Liv Morgan need more chemistry. Potentially, a bit more practice between them. Rhea says Hell in a Cell. Blue says Hell in a Cell is going to be Rhea versus Dom. Wouldn't hate it. Thomas says Rhea's selling of this is perfect. Blue says this honestly might be a game between the two of them. Pete says we're getting Daddy Dom now. FFS. We've gone to Sami Zayn backstage. He's just in a corridor stretching. It was me says Cole swearing. I mean, when you get the big bucks, you can say the big stuff. Side gives it an 8 out of 10, says nice match. I'll take slow and deliberate pace over acrobatics every time, and we got the payoff. Bayley gives it a 4 out of 10. These two could have done more, and the turn was a little flat. Thomas says Dom is flipping off the crowd. Jordan gives it a 7 out of 10, says decent opener. Thomas gives it an 8 out of 10. Hector says, me, there's no way Dom could get booed more than he already does. WWE, hold my beer. Backward says 10 out of 10, I'm here for the story. Billy says in the old days Dominic would need a police escort out of the city. Who says he doesn't? I certainly wouldn't be trusting it. Cal says, I knew that absolutely would happen. Brilliant to bring them back together. Liv and Dom is cinema. However, Rhea will kill Dom. Backwards just said Dominic is going to be even more hated. It was me says, so now we're going to get Priest getting ousted on Raw. Quite possibly. Certainly people are going to have to pick a side. And the sides are pretty clear. Blue gives it a 4. Says Liv matches only seem to work with Becky. Becky Lynch can get the best out of pretty much anyone, to be fair. We're heading next into the Intercontinental Championship match. Sami Zayn defends once again against Bron Breakker. And Bron Breakker failed at his last opportunity. I'll be interested to see what he does differently here. Interesting curving. Not sure what you're going for there. Quite happily in a relationship. Just moved in with my partner. Quite enjoying it, to be honest. Quite enjoying it. Certainly the visuals are stimulating. But I think they know that. I think they know what they're doing. Here with me says, do we get Judgment Day coming out to help Priest? Only have them stop just before the ring. They all turn and walk away from Priest as he gets destroyed and pinned by Gunther. Plenty of time for things like that to happen. Hector says, I guess the Liv Finn connection was a ruse the whole time. I'm still not certain on that. I think Dominic Mysterio ends up alone here. Thomas says, I've got Bron to recreate the Brock versus Cena SummerSlam squash match 10 years ago today. To be fair, that squash match lasted about 15 minutes. So we'll see how it goes. I do like how carefully they control the camera to make it look like Ilya Dragunov hit the apron after the spear. When of course he wouldn't. That would have been incredibly dangerous. Okay, Curvin, you calm yourself down. You're very excitable. It does look like SummerSlam, well, before and after are going to look very different. And I'm excited by that. It's a concept I will always quite enjoy. You do need every now and then to just have a few refreshes. And it seems like we're going to get one tonight. A refresh for Judgment Day, a refresh for Bloodline, a refresh for the Mid-Card Championships. Virginia said, I've just got on. What have I missed? Any winners yet? Yes. Liv Morgan has defeated Rhea Ripley and then had the absolute smackdown laid on her face by Dominic Mysterio's lips. None of us were comfortable with it. So I said the question, is green t-shirt guy in the crowd a superfan or employee? He's at every show and spends a fair bit of it on his phone. Seemed to say something to Liv also. The fact that he can regularly get that particular spot is a problem. It tells me that he doesn't buy tickets, he's gifted them. Damian Priest has some concerns. Squaring up to Finn Balor here. Finn Balor just lied to Damian Priest's face. Language. Again, I'm confident Damian Priest eventually ends up alone. Dominic ends up alone. But Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley, they travel together. And Damian Priest just pissed off one of his strongest allies. Bayley says, for all Sami Zayn has accomplished, this may be his last singles title. I agree. There was an element of truth to what Bron Breakker said about Sami Zayn looking to wrap up. Blue says, such bad theme music. I disagree. I think it's, of the theme music we have, I think it's one of the ones with the most character. It feels a bit more real, you know? Blue says, Damian being pissed is interesting, especially with the tension with Finn. Yeah, Finn did not like that moment, and I suspect He'll remember it. It was me says, here we go. Sai says, why does Balor have blood on his chest? Sometimes, like, people just like some things, you know? Some people like blood. Some people wear vials of blood around their neck. Some people just enjoy it. Hector says, the commentary team is using more and more cuss words as a preview of what to expect on Netflix and potentially CW going forward. I'm here for it. I think they will use a certain amount of swearing, but I think in general they'll pick their moments as a commentary team. You might get one fuck per show. Chris does not trust Finn Balor. Bonnie says, I hope Roman will return. I suspect you might get your wish, but we'll have to wait and see what actually happens. I did just see a sign that said Judy Bagwell endorsed, and that makes me happy. Happy maketh the man. I can't imagine a world in which Bron Breakker loses twice. It would be like serious damage done to his career if that ever happens. I can't see it. Like, stranger things have happened, don't get me wrong, but I can't see it happening. I have Bron Breakker leaving this event as the Intercontinental Champion. Blue says Bad Blood could have a lot of decent blood feuds going in, including a couple in Judgment Day. Let's go. I do feel like we've reached the veteran phase for Sami Zayn. Usually you only get there after having like 5 world championships. But no, never had the big one. Still feels like an established vet. I do kind of love it. Thomas says Bron is a future world champion. I agree, this is the beginning of a brand new chapter for him. And it was me says, does Dragunov side with Gunther and Imperium and take the IC title from Breakker in the next few weeks? No, they're on the wrong show. Nope, they're not. They're on the right show. That is the right show. Keep forgetting these things. But still, no. I think a lot of people do love the idea of Dragunov and Gunther working together. I don't see it. I see a bit more of a war between them. Breakker versus Dragunov is definitely a match that's going to be coming, but I'll be interested to see how it plays out. Kevin says, I saw an interview 3 weeks ago. I'm going to need a bit of clarification there, Kevin. Can't quite make out who is saying what in that situation. Blue says, if Sami ever wins a world title in the WWE, it will be a Foley situation. To be clear, Mick Foley was never intended to be an actual WWE champion. He was just there to make The Rock look good. That's the only reason he won championships. And of course to make sure that Triple H didn't beat Steve Austin. Awkward as it is, and awkward as it was looking back, considering how close they are now, Triple H was not allowed to win the championship from Steve Austin. We have ourselves an Intercontinental Championship match. Bron Breakker going straight for the spear and absolutely eats shit. Terrible start for him. Terrible start. You might suggest that Sami Zayn's the one who's learning here. Want to say, Tom, with 4 months left on AEW's deal, when do you believe they strike? You always seem to be spot on with predictions. I don't think they do strike. Oh, do you mean like strike a deal? There's still far too many things up in the air. I'm confident they'll have one, but they've made decisions based on already having one, and they don't even know what the offers are going to be anymore. It's not great. James, thank you very kindly for becoming a channel member. I do appreciate it. You'll have access to several members-only videos that we have, emojis, and of course, long-term, we'll be doing some members-only streams. Thank you very kindly for choosing to support the channel. I appreciate you for it. Virginia says, Raw's going to be good. I hope Rhea pays him back, and big time. I suspect big time is a good way to describe it. We're already in a much faster paced match than we just had. Sami Zayn's given a lot to Bron Breakker already. No ref cam this time either. There is a Macho Man guy in the front row, I think. That just really likes purple hats. Bayley, I dread to think what it would be like if Vince was still around. Me says, Tom, will there be a men's and women's Hell in a Cell at Bad Blood? They have not officially announced that there's going to be any Hell in a Cell at Bad Blood. Kevin says, Sami Zayn says, if Mr. McMahon is still booking WWE, Sami is going to have an opportunity to be WWE Champion. Sami did have an opportunity to be WWE Champion. Sami Zayn was added to the bloodline on a whim by Vince McMahon, and Vince McMahon backed him the entire time. I think it's possible that Vince McMahon would have pivoted from Cody and given the championship to Sami, but not for long. No exploder suplex there. Bron Breakker managing to shift his weight and control the situation. It is a bit more of a power play. There's definitely going to be some throwing happening. I think these two have good chemistry. They genuinely work well together. Bron Breakker showing off there. Into the Frankensteiner and the speed he has. That was a free. That was definitely a free. The fact that he just stands there before he actually does the Frankensteiner is very impressive. Here's me, says, Tom, any news on if Joe Hendry is going to have the Hardys as his backup against Gallus? Not to my knowledge, no. Pete says, I do like Bron Breakker's work. He really captured a lot of the imagination of the WWE quote-unquote universe. I do think picking him to be the replacement for Brock Lesnar at the Royal Rumble was absolutely perfect. I was very, very happy with it overall, and I think he made a very good impression. Jordan says, good pace to this match. Breakker is a machine. Breakker is also showing a lot more character since moving to the main roster. A lot more vocal in matches, which I do find interesting. Sami Zayn fighting back. Jordan says, good pace. I've already read that one. Virginia says, did you see the clip that showed Rhea and Damian walking away from the pre-show together? Do you think they'll leave Judgment Day together? Yes. I think they're incredibly close friends. They travel together, and even if they won't necessarily be a team going forwards, they will still be connected. I don't think Bron Breakker escaped quite as well as he wanted there. I do think he might have landed on his head. I think he's okay. Maybe a concussion check there, though. Going for a jumping bulldog there. Lovely reversal into the blue thunderbomb. Not sure it was me. I'm not sure people have wanted to do it for so long that they would actually ban it. It must have been a jumping bulldog, because if it wasn't, it was a flying nothing, and we all know it. Good match so far. Good pace. Enjoying it. Sami Zayn continues to look strong, though I do feel like dominant is not something he's been in his championship run. He's always looked like he's at risk. Still an element of underdog there. Exploder suplex. Didn't really get him into the corner, but it's always better when you don't. Sami going for a hell of a kick. I don't see this one landing. Spear. Breakker did in fact get an eye on that one. He's not able to get the cover though, so the match will continue. Big cheer from the crowd for the straps coming down. Seems like people actually want Bron Breakker to win this one. Oh, he's going for the second spear. Gets it. That should be that. Goes for the cover. It was that. Breakker did take the moment a little bit more seriously, taking the opportunity to learn from his mistakes, hit the spear as a counter to their hell of a kick, and leaves with the Intercontinental Championship. He didn't dominate the match. It was a really good pace by both men. A lot of stuff happening at once for quite a while. Both men really got to show off what they could do. And I do feel Sami Zayn goes out of that looking like he deserved to be the champion as well. A brief championship run, considering some of the championship runs we've had recently, but a strong one and a good one as well. Some memorable moments and some memorable matches, not least beating Gunther at WrestleMania and surprising everyone by beating Bron Breakker at Money in the Bank. It was me says free and the win. One just says W. P says, was that a squash? No, not at all. Thomas says correct result. I'm giving the match a 9. I think the pace was incredible. Both men just threw everything into it, didn't overstay its welcome. By the end of it, I really wasn't sure what was going to be happening. The second spear sealed it. I really enjoyed that. I'm giving that one a 9. P gives it an 8 out of 10. Thomas gives it a 7. Sai gives it a 7 as well. Says, and a decent show. I like the story of Breakker learning as he goes. In addition, I do like the fact that Sami Zayn showed that he was also learning early on too. Bron Breakker getting a good reception from the crowd there. I also see the sign that says manifesting the return of Roman Reigns. Bayley says 8 out of 10. Much better pace than the first match and gets the show back on time. We're getting an ad right now for John Cena and Aquafina. John Aquafina? Yeah, I'm going to stick to the phrase John Aquafina. Jackpot, first I've heard of it. John gives the match a 7 out of 10. Dom gives the match a 6. Yeah, quite enjoyed that one. So far, SummerSlam is off to a good start. We've had our first 2 matches. They have lined up with the usual half-hour segments. Welcome, Sean. Good to see you, mate. We've had the full-on turn of Dominic Mysterio from heel to heel, which I don't know how is possible, but that is exactly what just happened. And we have a new Intercontinental Champion. So, yeah, it does feel like we're getting a massive refresh at SummerSlam. Backward says it was a decent match, seemed like a Brock Lesnar style match. And I think it's worth asking, who needs Brock Lesnar when you have Bron Breakker? That's a tweet. I'm a tweet it. Who needs Brock Lesnar when you have Bron Breakker? Yeah. Pat McAfee talking about his DLC. Not a lot of people are going to enjoy that. Hector says that Bron Breakker call-up has been one of the best to date. He's just destroyed everyone in his path and is now IC champ. Sean says, have you heard of Twitter user Corey Hayes? I'm not sure how he gets them. He's able to get the rundowns for the shows. And imagine largely from other people who report the rundowns of the shows. If he gets them before, like Fightful get them, then that's a different thing. But I do know for a fact that there's a whole lot of people who pretend to be able to share exclusive information when what actually happens is they go to a paywall and get the news there and then share it for free and act like it was theirs. Backward says the second spear was bat shit crazy. Hedrick says what match is next? Looks like CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre is next up. This one might take a little while. It might be a little aggressive, and I do think it's going to be, how to describe it? A little hardcore. I think it's going to be a little bit hardcore. Or was that just a Slim Jim ad? I thought that's where we're headed. Virginia says, I saw some people are thinking Roman is coming back tonight to destroy Solo. Do you think he's gonna? No. Hello, Stephanie McMahon. People still don't believe me when I say that Stephanie McMahon is working with the WWE. She's been working with them since WrestleMania. People still question it because no one else has reported it. Well, welcome to the world of exclusives. Backwards says this is going to be a long match. And Edric says I'm excited for the Bloodline Rules. Not going to lie. Oh, thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that. Who scored? Joey says glad Bron won. Thought the match would have got more time. I think sometimes they like to try and, like, 7 matches is a lot to keep interesting. It is actually going to be Logan Paul versus LA Knight next, in a match that I definitely see having a new champion and a refresh once again. Where was I? Bayley says, how soon do you see Bron Breakker with a world title? Years. Juan says, hey Tom, could Tony Khan potentially bringing in Shane McMahon be to try to convince Warner Brothers to raise the offer? Yes and no. I think essentially they're bringing him in purely to ask questions and share his experience of how to negotiate deals like this. Drive-by says, I hope Logan Paul gets booed out of the building. It's his hometown. I think he's going to get cheered. He's had a good pre-season, Thomas. A very good pre-season. I think it could work for him. Joey says, I hope this year's Bloodline Rules won't be like the one at last year's SummerSlam. There wasn't one at last year's SummerSlam. There was a Tribal Chief match to determine who will be the Tribal Chief. Funnily enough, the rules are extremely similar. Blue says, considering turning off SummerSlam for a while until the US title match is over, I wouldn't, Blue, primarily because LA Knight's going to beat the ever-living crap out of him. Backwards says, this makes me wonder, was Bron Breakker supposed to beat Gunther originally for the title? I believe he was. Yes. Ah, thank you, Blue. I did have to fly through SmackDown a little bit because painting. Had a very busy day. From what I've seen, Thomas, I agree. I just haven't seen a lot of it, unfortunately. Haven't been able to watch as many of the matches as I'd like. One says the Cleveland Browns do have a controversial quarterback in Deshaun Watson, so Logan Paul fits the bill. Well, if there's one guy who gets a lot of controversy, it's Logan Paul. Why? Because he tries to. He tries to. I doubt there'll be any reference to that. I think eventually he's going to say, well, I was just being a heel. He wasn't. Kevin says, I wish wrestling fans don't take wrestling serious, like rant, complaining, or sending death threats. I agree. I would love it if there was no death threats in wrestling, but having received them myself, yeah, it happens. Received them myself. The original plan for LA Knight versus Logan Paul was WrestleMania. It would have been a win for LA Knight there. Instead, they pivoted to get Randy Orton on the card when they weren't initially expecting him. And in addition to getting Randy Orton on the card, they also allowed Logan Paul to have the championship for a little while longer. I can also see Nick Aldis not applauding Logan Paul there, which I think is telling. So far, both of my predictions have proven correct. I would say the one I'm most concerned about is the one which doesn't fit the betting odds, which is Bayley versus Nia Jax. For this match, I've had LA Knight since October being the next United States champion. And yeah, that's some hatred. That is some big hatred. He doesn't look particularly happy to be there. He hasn't really kicked into character yet. Yeah, he hasn't really kicked into character yet. We'll see how that goes. Shook hands with security. I don't know who that is. A Cleveland rapper. Of course, he always brings a quote-unquote celebrity with him. Ugh. LA Knight, just bring back up. Just beat up everyone. Don't even let him get started. Ripping signs now. Dropped his belt on the floor. The optics aren't great. The optics are not great. He's back up holding up the championship. Logan Paul doesn't even want to carry his own belt. Doesn't even want to carry his own belt. This guy, I tell you. Backward says, I sure hope Logan Paul doesn't retain. He's had the worst reign in history. Joey says, imagine if Jake Paul shows up and helps him win. Hector says, here's a question, Tom. Did Shane actually negotiate any TV deals for WWE? I never thought he was that involved, but I'm probably wrong. He was somewhat involved. He wasn't actually a principal negotiator, but he did prepare some of the packages and spoke of a lot of the different networks in order to make things happen. He was involved. He wasn't key to negotiations. Hedrick feels like Jacob Fatu is the best one of the bloodline. That is certainly a wrestle votes for as well. Blue says, sorry I had to go through that, Tom. He's such a lovely person. Appreciate you, Blue. And yeah, that's something that happened, but it was a long time ago now. 4 years ago, in fact. And since then, I built myself a little empire, of which you're a part. So, overall, I'm pretty happy with how we've ended up. Sai says, I was sure he was going to fill Logan Paul's car with cement, LA 316. Sai said, Logan's getting pinned on top of that Prime logo, isn't he? Yeah, and he's still going to make a lot of money from the WWE, so, yeah. One says, basically, Shane McMahon is potentially the Nick Khan for AW in terms of negotiating deals. No, not quite. He's just sharing his experience. That's all he's doing. Just sharing his experience. He's not there to take over as CFO. That ain't happening. LA Knight advertising Prime as well. Are you going to do some breaking? He's going to do some breaking. That's not glass. Probably should have recorded that earlier in the day so they could do it in one hit. Blue says, what was your Bayley prediction? I had Bayley retaining. Haven't seen enough of him yet, Hedrick. Just haven't seen enough. I'm sure in time I will, but we'll see how it goes. Bayley says, I think the addition of Shane for media reasons is a little late. I think Tony wants to pop the pop of a McMahon in the ring. I find it unlikely. I don't think Shane's interested in wrestling anymore, but we'll see how that goes because, well, it's Shane McMahon and he says a lot of things that do not prove true. Decent pop for LA Knight. Seems unhappy with the Prime crew, which, why would you be? Knight versus Logan Paul seems to be a bit of a match made in heaven. You talk about megastars, LA Knight's the megastar of WWE. Logan Paul believes himself to be the megastar of the goddamn world. Again, we're not starting with a lock up, we're not starting with a collar and elbow. We're starting with two men just punching each other. Cheap shots. Cheap shots and headbutts. Because what else are you gonna do? Even so far. Blue says, interesting. Betting odds are against Bayley winning. I wonder if Tiff is why. Nia Jax is the favourite to win. It's got nothing to do with Tiffany in the betting odds. Virginia says, do you think Cody's going to lose his title tonight? No. One says Logan Paul is also a Trump supporter. Quite a few people in the WWE locker room are Trump supporters. Quite a lot. Sean says, were you surprised by Bloodline winning the tag belts? DIY were champions for only 4 weeks. Yeah, a little bit. Primarily because of that. Bayley says, Bayley has been getting a lot of media coverage this week, which will be unusual if she simply dropped the belt. A longer story with Tiffany makes more sense. It wouldn't be that unusual. Is that The Rock's mum? I'm pretty sure I just saw The Rock's mother. That'll be interesting. I'm sure she'll be part of the Bloodline angle. Marcel says, gonna sleep tomorrow, work at 6 in the... Tomorrow work at 6 in the morning. Fair enough, Marcel. Hope you had a good time. Hope you get to catch up with SummerSlam later. Hope you enjoy. The match hasn't officially started. We're on to our third of the night out of a 7-match stretch. And it looks like Logan Paul's teasing a table spot. Hasn't finished the job. He's asking for backup to actually go out there and actually finish setting up for him. Thankfully, LA Knight has managed to come back. A lot of people are really going to enjoy watching Logan Paul get the crap kicked out of him. I'm one of them. And hits him with a prime ball. I respect it. I respect it. Who's going for the table? At the moment, it looks like Logan Paul. What's he going to hit him with here? Is he going to burn hammer him through a table? I forgot he's very classical. It's a neck breaker. No one went through the table. There was no point of impact. They were too spread out. I'm sure they were meant to go through the table. That is not what happened. Sai says that is indeed the Rock's mother. Oh, I actually spotted something. Well done, me. It's rare. Rare. There we go. We have a bell. Interesting to see the Rock's mother in the crowd. Especially with another Bloodline Rules match coming up tonight. He's a very classical wrestler. The inverted atomic drop is not something you really see from modern wrestlers. His offense cannot really be described as innovative. That's all I'm saying. Doug says Logan Paul's gear is a Cleveland Browns colours and he still got booed. Yeah, because he's Logan Paul. Booing is the least we can do. The match is slowing down a little more now as a hot start. But now we're getting down to actual wrestling, and Logan Paul prefers a fast pace. LA Knight prefers a slow pace. I'm interested to see how this goes. Logically, LA Knight's going to be the ring general here. Logan Paul's going to be doing as he's told. So it should be a slower pace now. That way it suits LA Knight's style. LA Knight versus Randy Orton is a match I feel we need to see. Two classical wrestlers who should be able to make some magic happen. A lot of people getting thrown into ring posts today. A lot of people getting wedgies today. Logan Paul survives and goes for the clothesline. He's controlling the match nicely here. Losing his cool a little bit. I think they're trying to get up to the level of hate that's been held for Liv Morgan, Rhea Ripley. For the CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre. Why are you talking about his degree? Who cares? Getting the crowd to really lay into him. Just chant transphobe. Watch what happens. Of course, he's ignored LA Knight for a while, so... Oh no, it takes a big boo. We've really slowed down now. Okay, LA Knight genuinely annoyed about something there. It does look like LA Knight is indeed the one calling the match. So far, I think once they got in the ring, it lost a lot of steam. Back in action though. Logan Paul hitting a pretty nice move there. But all the pace is coming from Logan Paul. That's a pretty big welt on his cheek, which is cool. I'm wondering what hit did that, but he's not looking too happy for it. Blue says, "Fuck you, Logan chants in Cleveland. Love WWE fans sometimes." Yeah, this isn't even an international crowd. They're up in the game. It is a nice move, that powerbomb inverted. This, I feel, is the most annoying thing about Logan Paul. By far the most annoying thing about Logan Paul is that he's an absolute dumpster fire of a human being, but damn is he good as a wrestler. You do feel yourself being drawn in by it. I wish you didn't. I really wish you didn't, but you do. He also looks incredibly sweaty and a little bit unconscious. We have LA Knight getting a bit of a comeback here, but it's a slow motion one. There is some very awkward seating. There's a lot of places I would not want to sit in that arena. A stadium, I should say. We've still got about 10 minutes left before it meets the usual half-hour quota. I don't see the match lasting that much longer, to be honest. Yeah, LA Knight's already hit most of his offense. Going for a... Kinda going for a chokeslam into the corner. Doug says, in the ring, Paul is damn good. Out of the ring, the dude is pure scum. I can't argue with that analysis. Ron says, fun fact, the Cleveland Browns also drafted quarterback Johnny Manziel back in 2014. Another controversial quarterback. Is it Manziel, Matzel? What's going on there? Bayley says he's a jerk, but he's arguably one of the 2 or 3 best celebrity wrestlers of all time. Yeah. I do not argue with that statement. He's an absolutely incredible wrestler. He delivers exactly what you'd expect from a top-level, experienced heel. Someone who's been in the top of game for the longest of time. Someone who's got wrestling in the blood. I'm sure there will soon be a Cody Rhodes versus Logan Paul match. Oh, sorry, again. Because there already was one. I just didn't see it because I don't watch the Saudi Arabia shows. I'm sure there will be again, is what I'm trying to say. It's one of those where you take your top heels to take on your top faces. It's just that he's also absolutely disgusting. And I kind of want him out of any company that I watch. But we don't always get our wishes. Never go for a move twice. LA Knight should know this. Johnny Manziel. Okay. I still don't know who that is, but that's because I'm British. Technically Northern Irish. A lovely clothesline from Logan Paul. The man's athletic. It's annoying. Can he please stop? I am liking the massive hit that he's taken. Makes me feel good, personally. He looks hurt. He's still performing extremely... Ooh. Wow. LA Knight is checking on Logan Paul. Something went wrong there. We didn't really get the camera angle for it. I think everyone's fine. LA Knight definitely was not ready for it. Tried to catch, but Logan Paul had overshot him. You still suck, chant from the crowd. In the end, I think LA Knight's actually just slapped him in the face. And Logan Paul's landed on his feet, which is even more impressive. Thomas says, wow, which is a fair comment. God, I wish he was terrible at this. It'd be so much nicer if he was. We're heading into the finish now. The referee just got landed on. I They're going to do a kick out from the KO punch. Of course they are. That's why he did the little flex to buy some time. It looks like he hasn't slept in about 12 years. They're doing damage to Logan Paul right now. Someone kicked out of his big finish there. They're doing damage to Logan Paul. Going up for a big high risk move. Doesn't hit it. LA Knight screws himself up there. Logan Paul cleverly grabbing the rope. He's a smart heel, you've got to give him that. Drive-by says the crowd are great for this, no question at all. It was me says heel Miz and Logan would be a good mix. Is that not what they were? Oh, LA Knight with a top rope superplex. Logan Paul did not rotate as he was intending to. It was me says Logan has to slow down just a bit. He kicked out. The match is picking up some heat now. They did not get the rotation they were looking for in that superplex. That was a dangerous move. Also, the jump up to the top rope was impressive. Not as impressive when you see someone else do it earlier on. He needed to lean his legs back. Logan Paul is taking a genuine beating here. Like, I don't want to give him credit, but I have to give him credit. He's working damn hard while getting the crap kicked out of it. Ooh. He wasn't ready for that. He just took that full force. LA Knight's not exactly being careful with it. Pardon me guys, I do apologise. It is 1:15. LA Knight beating up some more people. You gonna punch a rapper in the face? Logan Paul's recovered. Side says LA Knight is the most rookie veteran I've ever seen. I am suspecting he's just intentionally beating the crap out of Logan Paul. Bit of a dodgy deal there with the brass knuckles. Felt suspicious like a drug deal. Bayley says Johnny Manziel was a highly touted quarterback who played only 15 games for the Cleveland Browns, was bounced from the NFL after a domestic violence claim. He's 31 but basically unhireable now. And LA Knight just got punched in the face with brass knuckles. And that'll be that. Hooks the leg. Logan Paul was very close to the ropes there. I think if it extended his leg, that would have been the end of it. But that is a finish. We have a new champion. Logan Paul has been defeated. He also got some bumps and bruises to show for it as well. LA Knight is your new United States champion. LA Knight is your new United States champion after delivering a beating to Logan Paul so real, Paul will swear it came from a female boxer. There was a lot of force in that. So we have a brand new champion. I'm giving the match an 8. Once again, I don't want to give credit to Logan Paul, but I have to. He's genuinely very good at this. LA Knight did his part, I will say that, though there was a slow section in the middle of the match which made me question a lot of things. I don't think we're going to see too much more of Logan Paul in the WWE. I don't. Pete says, yes, 9 out of 10. Drive-by says, about damn time. Sai says, 3 out of 10. 0 interest, and I don't expect a long reign. No, with LA Knight, I don't think it's a long-term coronation. I think it's a, we didn't forget about him. Don't you forget about him. Don't. Blue says, thank the maker. Thomas gives it an 8 out of 10. Jordan gives it a 7 out of 10. Pete says, great match. One says, awesome, but match gets 5 out of 10. Dean says, about time. Way to go. 8 out of 10. Backwards says, the superplex was nasty. I do think the beating to Logan Paul is one of the reasons I enjoyed it so much. It was me, says, funny, it's a Slim Jim sponsor. And Logan tried to hit Knight with the knuckles like Macho did to beat Tito for his, for his IC win. Vinny just says, Roman Reigns return. Are you asking? Bayley says, 7 out of 10. No one wins in their hometown. Fair show. Thank you, Thomas, for that update. I'll be watching the highlights afterwards, but I'm, of course, working right now. Curtis Jones having a good time with it. King says, who won, LA Knight or Logan? LA Knight is your new United States champion. He also has some pretty big bruises, mostly on his face. LA Knight has defeated Logan Paul. First 3 matches so far, very well received. I forgot about the SummerSlam t-shirt contest. Front row ain't something anyone will be complaining about. There's some very interesting hair there. And a lot of yeah t-shirts. A lot of people can be real happy with LA Knight getting his moment. Baron Corbin and Apollo Crews backstage rubbing heads. I mean, it's more than we've seen from Apollo Crews for a long time. Okay, I see like 1,000 people promoting Manscaped on YouTube. Why are we now getting it on WWE TV? Oh God, why is this, why, just why? Why do I even watch wrestling? Sometimes all there are questions, and they're not good questions. Sometimes all I feel is very uncomfortable. This was definitely one of those moments. Our first 3 matches complete. 4 matches left, including a main event. It's a 4-hour show. We're an hour and a half into it. And so far, it's been high pace, it's been high tempo, with a couple of slower moments in between. But most importantly, it's been fun. Looks like next up is going to be Bayley defending her championship against Nia Jax. And I've got to say, Bayley feels like an afterthought here. while Nia Jax is definitely one of the big threats and she's been great since returning to the WWE, this does not feel like a high-profile match. This does not feel like a championship match. It feels like Bayley just hasn't done much since winning the championship, unfortunately. Just feels like she hasn't done much. Joey says it was a very good match. Love the backflip that Logan did. I agree, very impressive. Backwards says they definitely were a little stiff in that match. Might have been intentional. Bayley says, can Baron Corbin escape the low card anytime soon? No, I think his chance at the big time is unfortunately over, which is a shame because I like Baron Corbin. I think he's a good guy and I think he's a very talented man. But I just don't see him having any opportunities. It's a shame. Welcome, Rose. Welcome to the show. We currently have 34 people watching and 49 likes. One more like gets us to 50. A good old-fashioned 5-0, which is a lovely round number. We have so far had 2,253 views. Always worth remembering, every one of those people has seen an ad. And as such, these particular shows, pretty lucrative overall for the growth of the channel and the growth of my bank balance, which means that I can hopefully one day go full time. That's the dream. That's the hope. Backwards says I think Nia Jax will win and be a transitional champion. Transitional for who? Whoever's next will have to compete with Tiffany because I don't see Tiffany Stratton taking the championship from Nia Jax. Heel on heel. And they are showing a lot of Tiffany Stratton here, just hovering in the background. Bayley says the SmackDown women's roster is thin. Bayley doesn't have as much to work with, which is very true. Very true. What I will say though is on the Raw side, we've been missing Rhea Ripley and Becky Lynch. Again, lots of talk about Tiffany Stratton. I did mention in the build-up to Money in the Bank that there was going to be a personalised pink briefcase. I'm glad that we've seen that now. It does sort of feel like that Nia Jax is a spoiler here, just between Bayley and Tiffany Stratton. I really do feel like Nia Jax isn't even the focus. So it'd be interesting to see if she does win the championship. One says, according to Buddy Matthews, he took to Twitter and posted, TK, can I help Mammy quick? I mean, he's got a new deal. He's locked in. Maybe the answer will be yes. Interesting comments from Bayley. Obviously, a little bit of life imitates out there. A lot of people do believe that Nia Jax is dangerous and reckless, so this is an interesting thing to see scripted. Of course, since returning, Nia Jax has not been dangerous. There's been no issues whatsoever with Nia Jax. In fact, she's impressed everyone she's worked with. She's a very different person now. The SmackDown move has definitely been good for her as well. Getting away from Rhea Ripley was vital. Nia Jax used to be one of those rare people who were universally hated. I don't think she's hated much anymore. I think there's a lot more respect for Nia Jax. A lot more respect for her. I don't know, it just doesn't feel quite the same. She's lost that extra tinge of vitriol. I think people have forgiven her for breaking Becky's face. Took time, took a lot of time. But I think people have forgiven her for breaking Becky's face. I'd also say her entrance isn't great. Music's bad. She doesn't really do anything on the walk down. The crown looks good. That's genuinely a good crown. But Nia Jax in general, the entrance is not really there. I also kind of feel like her previous theme was great. You know, she's not like most girls. That was a great theme. It's missed. Sai says she's definitely winning. She's crying. She does look very emotional. And usually when you look this emotional, that is indeed what that means. In fact, I'm getting a little tired, so I'm going to perk myself up. Bit of Coke. Coca-Cola. Nothing else. Coca-Cola. Can't imagine a world in which I'm going to have Coke on stream, guys. That ain't me. Who would do that? Blue says, I don't feel like Nia's hate came that much from the Becky stuff, as much as how often she hurt people, and then her COVID BS. I definitely feel it started with the Becky stuff, and then expanded. Joey says, I feel like this match has the least amount of story in it. I kind of agree. It's a good pop for Bayley, but it's just another challenger for her. Lined up by a Queen of the Ring, so it's not exactly personal. There's no hot feud here, especially when you see who you're up against when it comes to the matches. You can't compete with Drew McIntyre and Punk. You can't compete with Liv Morgan and Rhea Ripley. You can't do it. Joe says, I've got a bit of energy. I've just had Prime. Nope, no Cherry Coke. No Cherry Coke. Did you, Si? Did you? Did you get the reference? They just made a reference there to Bayley's 2020 championship defense, which was, I believe, against Asuka. I still have that as Bayley's best match in her career. I loved that match. There was no crowd. There was the first ever Thunderdome. And it was just a great match. Loved every second of it. Now, why would you say it? Why would we do that? You know what I mean, and that's what's important. Nia Jax, of course, is also a former women's champion, having defeated Alexa Bliss back at WrestleMania. I think it was WrestleMania 37. The victory over Alexa Bliss actually turned Nia Jax into one of the biggest faces in the company. They loved her work at that point. The crowd ate it up. Not so much anymore. She does still look very emotional. Very emotional. It's a difficult one. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here. They're getting the full intro to Man for Irving, giving him the love. Let's see what sort of element she gets. Brief pop there. Okay, pretty strong boos, pretty strong. I think overall, definitely. Oh, Valorant being advertised in the advertising boards for this one. They've got the sponsored match. Bayley has reached legend level. She really has. But she did look incredibly sad giving that championship up. Tell you that. Blue says, how long before Tiff shows up? I'm not sure. What I will say is that the betting odds state that Nia Jax is leaving with that championship. My personal prediction was that that one would be wrong and that Bayley would maintain her hold on that gold. Let's find out which one's true there. So far, I'm free for free on the night. I don't see a 7 out of 7 coming my way. Let's see what we got. Bit of nice wrestling there. Nia Jax calling that one. This will be an interesting one. Bayley is strong enough to manhandle Nia Jax. She definitely is. But she's not known for her strength. It's not like a Charlotte Flair moment where Charlotte Flair would pick people up. Same with Rhea Ripley, Jade Cargill, Bianca Belair. They're known for their strength. Bayley is not. She's known for resilience. She's known for tenacity. She's known for skill. So that's what she's got to do in this one. She's got to show off those traits. Blue says, feel like this one and Drew versus Punk are easily the hardest to call. I'm pretty confident with McIntyre winning. Pretty confident. I do think this one is the hardest to call though. Nia Jax with a Beal. She's just throwing people around. Standard powerhouse work. And we're working slow. Fourth match, fourth half-hour block. I don't think this match would naturally go very long, so they're going to have to pad it out. The camera didn't catch where Nia Jax smacked there. I have concerns. Just going to have a bit more Coke, guys. Middle of a stream. This is the time to have Coke. You can hear Michael Cole now reiterating what I've just said. Made a career out of guts and determination. She's not known for strength. Stink face. Rhea Ripley went viral with that. Doesn't seem like Nia Jax is going to get the chance. It is a shame we haven't seen more of, for example, Bayley versus Meiko Satomura. There are people who could definitely get really good matches out of Bayley, who she can work really well with. She's very good in the Joshi style. It's why she did well with Io. It's why she did well with Asuka. It's why she'll do well with Dakota Kai if that opportunity ever actually arises. Joshi style works brilliantly for Bayley. Matches with Nia Jax historically all end up being strength about tenacity. Strength against tenacity, I should say. Even Rhea Ripley was physically dominated by Nia Jax. I don't love it as a construct. I don't love it as a concept. But it is what happens every time. It's always a slow match where Nia Jax physically dominates and gloats. And eventually tenacity wins through. Or he gets sat on. Everyone looks good till he gets sat on, you know? There's also a lot of people running into ring posts at the moment. I know Nia Jax didn't do that, she ran to the outside, but there is a lot of running into ring posts. There's a lot of, oh, this guy's bigger than me, he'll have to beat himself. God help us if Braun Strowman was wrestling. Ooh, did Nia Jax hurt a hole? Thank you very much, Chris M, for subscribing to the YouTube side. I very much appreciate it. You'll get a notification every time we go live of our Monday and Friday spoiler warning shows. That's where you get all the wrestling news you could possibly want and more, with plenty of exclusive news here and reactions to news elsewhere. We also do on Wednesdays, PLE Wednesdays, where we basically look ahead to the next big shows. We will be, this Wednesday, talking about the impending WrestleMania card and how many matches already look set in stone for it. We also have on Sundays WTF Wrestling. Tomorrow that focus will be on Logan Paul, particularly some of his recent comments, but in general how the WWE celebrates the controversy that is Logan Paul. WTF Wrestling is my investigative journalism show where I take a deep dive on what's going on in the world of wrestling. Logan Paul seems the ideal point to dive into at this point. One says, many people say Bayley's best matches with Mercedes Money probably reliving the 2015 NXT pay-per-view of Brooklyn. I don't. Personally, it's still the Asuka one. Funnily enough, Sasha Banks has also done the exact same submission that Nia Jax was hit with there. It's a good move, that suplex. I very much enjoy it. If anyone else is considering subscribing, please be aware we currently have 6,594 subscribers. 6 more gets us up to 6,600. The match continues to be relatively slow pace. Bayley fighting from underneath. I do think it is literally, as I've said, they just knew they wouldn't have enough to really fill a long match. So they're doing a lot of stalling. Nia Jax does not have the greatest range of offense. And doesn't seem to have too much intention of changing it. Nia Jax heading to the top rope. Heading to the second rope. I stand corrected. She ain't a top roper. Went for the leg drop again, a hole. I mean, it's a meme. You got to embrace it. Gets the Bayley to belly. That's not her finisher anymore. Nia Jax kicks out naturally. She was watching the ref as well. Didn't get much higher in that Bayley to belly. She's not got a lot of height in any of her offense so far. Goes for the finish. Won't be happening. The Rose plan. Again, I don't think this match is going too much longer. Oh, Uranagi, Samoa Joe style. That should probably be the build up to the sit. Goes for the hair. Interesting, that'll wake her up. Bayley's keeping an eye on this one. If it was a finish, she'd have taken her eyes off. Oh no, it is. That'll be that. No. That's Nia Jax's finish being kicked out of for, I believe, the first time. We really are getting her afresh. And I'm really still feeling like this might be the one where the betting odds got it wrong. Blue said she actually kicked out. She did. Match still ongoing. Bayley hasn't hit her finisher to be kicked out of just yet. Blue says, is that the first time anyone has ever kicked out of that in the WWE, no matter who did it? No, I'm confident The Undertaker has kicked out of it from Yokozuna at the very least. Pretty sure Lex Luger did as well. Nia Jax now getting a bit of rage going, which will not work in her favour long term. Even then, still incredibly slow pace. Is this going to end in a DQ? It is starting to feel like Nia's getting a bit too emotional. Oh, she ran into a ring post. Who could have possibly seen that one coming? It's not like it happens in every single Nia Jax match. Juan says, I just don't think it's time for Bayley to lose. She just got it 3 months ago. To be fair, the same can be said about Sami Zayn. This match isn't good. It's far too slow. Okay, Bayley, let's up the tempo. Tope into a sleeper, into a Samoan drop. So that tempo is not speeding up. The crowd aren't into it either. The hype has just been lost entirely. What little hype there wasn't a lot going into it. I don't know, Bayley could hit it with a Rose Plan at any point here. Doing a cannonball. And she used to do the cannonball. I think she only did that as a face. Going for another sit. She's giving Nia some instructions. Going for the powerbomb. You could literally see her shouting. There is every way. As I've said, Bayley can physically dominate Nia Jax. She's just not known for her strength. That was a lovely bit of work. Giving it time, I'd imagine, to get ready for the finish. It's definitely leaning Bayley here. Blue says the structure of the match is not good. Going for an elbow drop. Nia Jax has rolled towards her. There's an elbow. Again, not her finish. Here comes Tiffany. Are we about to have a triple threat? She's bringing her own referee down. The match is still ongoing. Bayley's distracted. Very awkward attempt at a pin there. Taking too long. She still hasn't hit a finish. Nia Jax is now in full control of the match. That is a jackknife powerbomb. Bayley is done. The match is over. She's making doubly sure she wants the belt. The belt will be hers. That is a free. The distraction by Tiffany Stratton was enough to make sure that Nia Jax is your new Women's WWE Champion. The betting odds had this one right. Bayley will have to begin the chase all over again. Thomas says, oh my god, damn. One is asking for a cash-in, which has not happened. Blue says Bayley did lose. She did. And it looks like Tiffany Stratton and Nia are in agreement here that that was the plan. Here's me says Tiffany distraction and Nia win. I'm going to give it a 5. The pace did pick up at moments. The finish was okay, I genuinely believe, for a moment. Bayley definitely looked strong in defeat. But yeah, match was slow. Billy says Tiffany was the highlight of this match. Juan says 4 out of 10, no good match. And Sai also says 4 out of 10, nothing great, nothing terrible. How would you rate that match out of 10? Personally, I'm giving it a 5. There were some strong moments and some strong combinations. Bayley looked strong in defeat, but ultimately the slow tempo was simply too much for me. Drive by, I'm not a minute or so behind the feed. The YouTube video is on low latency, which means that it's about a minute between what I see and what you see of my stream. I'm about as close to live as you can get. Thomas gives it a 4. Bayley gives it a 6 out of 10. The heel versus heel issue with the briefcase isn't good going forwards. Well, to be fair, at the moment, they're still backing each other up. I'd imagine Tiffany will be cashing in once Bayley is very nearly champion again. Thus saving the championship for the group, but costing Nia. John says 4 out of 10, worst match of the card. I think we knew that heading into it. I think this was kind of just a means to an end. So he says, I think Bayley may be at the same stage of her career as Sami Zayn. Fair. It's a very fair point. She's won all the gold and she's kind of just there to put people over now. There won't be a Roman Reigns style run for her. Backwards says it was a 5 out of 10. Crowd was a little dead during this one. They went a little dead. The crowd were not into it at all. It was me also says 5 out of 10. Sheamus is advertising hard lemonade. Because there's one thing you want to be hard, It's a drink. It's not about age, Bayley. It's not about age. It's about position on the card. It's very much about position on the card. And in that regard, Bayley and Sami Zayn are actually pretty close when it comes to how they're actively being used. I hope Bayley can get back on top. I hope so, because otherwise the trajectory is not looking good. Definitely the worst match so far. Still doesn't sour SummerSlam though. Overall, I'd still say SummerSlam is in a strong position, and I'm happy with it. Joey says I didn't expect this many title changes. True. So far, only Liv Morgan has retained. Bron Breakker defeated Sami Zayn. LA Knight defeated Logan Paul. Nia Jax defeated Bayley. It is a great refresh. SummerSlam essentially has restarted the feed. Okay, looks like we are now heading into what will be a hell of a final 3 matches. Drew McIntyre and CM Punk up next, with Seth Rollins as a special guest referee. After this, it'll be Damian Priest versus Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship, followed by Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa. You might suggest banger after banger after banger. Bayley says the women's card is about to get very deep on NXT talent step up, indeed. I definitely see Bayley Julia at some point in the near future. And I'm definitely going to share that one. Bayley versus Julia will be the gift that keeps on giving. Blue says, for some reason that Bayley lost makes me think we will get the women's mid-card titles. She could help establish one. She could, but the thing is, they haven't done enough with the championship that they've got. They don't feel big. They don't feel important. Liv Morgan's been working largely with men. Bayley hasn't had that many matches either, and they don't have enough heels. So I'm really not sure that's going to work out. I just don't see a need for mid-card titles when they don't use the mid-card titles they've got, the tag team titles. Joey says, what is next for Bayley? Feels like she's been directionless since Damage Control. To be fair, she peaked with Damage Control, and Damage Control was a very big story. It's a lot like Cody Rhodes feeling a bit directionless because he's not Roman Reigns, and Roman Reigns had a 4-year story. That's the main reasoning for it. So I said, I do think the women have a shorter career window than the men. Natalya is an exception, but you wouldn't call her a title contender. Very true. Very true. Very fair point. Congratulations backwards. Kevin says, Nia Jax won. Who's going to be Nia Jax's first challenger? I'd imagine Bayley again. So I says, you're all bringing some great conversation tonight, and shout out to Tom for directing it and the watching and answering posts, all at the speed of wrestling at 2 a.m. Great job all. I do find that there are definitely times when I'm not fully focused on the wrestling because I'm focused on the chat. But it does make SummerSlam a lot more exciting for me. As you know, I'm not really when it comes to being a wrestling fan, the thing I'm not a fan of is the wrestling part. So it's very handy, honestly, having something else to take my attention. Kervin said Bayley needs to take a break. I would not go that far. Blue says, I don't disagree with you, Tom, but the push for the mid-card titles just feels like an easy thing Triple H can do and add more title matches to weekly shows. All he needs to do is push the tag team championships. They're right there. I get what you're saying, and I understand why you're saying it, but they're right there. I don't know, I feel like they need to do better with what they've got before they start adding stuff. That said, that's not usually how wrestling works. Decent high package. enough of a focus on Seth Rollins, but I will say Drew McIntyre's had the better of CM Punk at every possible exchange. Even in promos. Drew McIntyre has been beating CM Punk. I'm going to tweet that. CM Punk, the voice of the voiceless, has been beaten for promos every time against Drew McIntyre. Seth rocking the stripes. I'm just going to refresh the stream on the network to see if I can catch up at all. I don't know I will, but it's just in case there is any disparity. Sometimes there is. Nope, Seth's still making his entrance. He is wearing a ref cam. I'd imagine that's why they were testing it. Out amongst the people. Man's head is so twitchy. Crowd are loving Seth Rollins. I'm interested to see how that will play when Seth versus CM Punk once again comes back around. I don't think people are going to be remembering him that fondly in those moments. Bayley says, does Charlotte return to SmackDown? That could be the next series challenge to Nia, setting her up with Tiffany. Yes, Charlotte Flair is due to return shortly to SmackDown. Hector said a lot of title changes tonight. You are not wrong. This, of course, is our only non-title match tonight. And it's probably one of the ones where we're most excited. Joey says Tegan Nox should go down to NXT. She could benefit from a fresh start. In order for that to work, Tegan Nox would have to not be injured, which unfortunately is not the case again. That man is the sparkliest person I've ever seen. Although I've never watched Twilight. Blue says Triple H honestly does not seem interested in the division, men's or women's, which is weird to me after how he handled them in NXT. On the main roster they really are an afterthought. They are, because of all the other championships. So I said Seth is so out of place here. This is the best written feud in a long time and it doesn't need a gimmick ref in match 1. Saw his Raw promo and he flat out said he's going to make it about him. Yeah. And he very much is. We all know this. They're establishing the pivot point between Seth and CM Punk, but if anything, this is just a way to keep the feud going. That's all it is. Just a way to keep the feud going. It was me, says Nia losing the belt to a Charlotte in the bank cash-in? Or a Nia and Tiffany facing Bayley and Charlotte? You're asking questions I can't fully answer at this point. Kevin says I don't want to see Charlotte versus Nia Jax. The last time we saw fake shoot between both women on Raw. Wants to say, Tom, do you agree with Dave Meltzer's claim that Shane McMahon could help out with TK as part of the creative team? He could. He shouldn't. Absolutely shouldn't. But he could. It's one of those things. Never something I want to see. Never. Blue Tegan is almost always hurt, unfortunately. She's had some bad luck. Billy says about the ref cam, that would be a great view if he takes a Claymore, which is not unfair. It was me says I cannot stand this Seth character with the clothes. His gimmick is crap. And Hector says Seth just couldn't wear a normal referee outfit, could he? No. He has to outshine. He has to really outshine referees in general. Really embarrass everyone involved. Interesting there. Drew McIntyre has a 2-1 record at SummerSlam, meaning 2 wins, 1 loss. And it's his 4th SummerSlam, so he's on a winning streak. Or not, we don't know what happened last time. But I do feel this is the best Drew McIntyre we've seen. I'm not saying in a long time. I'm not saying since this happened. I'm saying this is the best Drew McIntyre we've seen. He is absolutely delivering in this role. Long may it continue. McIntyre staring daggers at Seth Rollins. We are officially halfway through SummerSlam. This match, primarily because of CM Punk's injury, will likely maintain the half-hour format. I think it's likely this show actually doesn't go the full 4 hours, which is a rarity in the world of Triple H, but we are where we are. Well, thank you, Leslie. It's a very nice thing to say. I appreciate that. I know there's a lot of competition when it comes to watch parties, so it's very generous of you. McIntyre snuck some green into his outfit, which is interesting. It's a new jacket and it looks very good. Is he going Green Ranger? Is that what he's going for? It's dragon skin. God, how is he so sparkly? So he says, I'm going to spend most of this match rooting for Punk not to get hurt. I mean, depends if Drew McIntyre's still praying. Blue says we still have a Roman entrance to come. We might be looking at 4:30. Possible. If Roman comes in, there will be drama. Certainly if it's anything like the main event of WrestleMania. That took a while. I'm glad Roman's not wrestling though, because I really can't be asked for another 40 minutes of basically nothing. I ain't that guy wrestling. I ain't that guy. Is it a Shogun attire? The outfit's interesting. I do like that they're giving a moment in the ring with Seth and Drew. Okay, Drew, calm down. I would agree, Joey, but if that's the case, we'd still not quite get to 4 AM, which I'm happy about. It does feel like forever since we've seen CM Punk wrestle. We had a couple of minutes at the Royal Rumble, and that's basically all we've had of him. There we go. Crowd are into this one. The international crowds are going to eat this track up. Punk wearing the pink. CM Punk does not like Logan Paul. Giving the crowd a moment to really get him going. CM Punk hates Logan Paul. Pass it on. The first televised singles match since returning. Drew McIntyre seems to be the perfect choice. Interesting. Punk 4-4 on SummerSlam. I like what they're doing with this. I'm enjoying the stats. CM Punk's not far off 205. He could be a cruiserweight. He is cleared, he's ready to go, but he's not 100%. He hasn't had much chance to get back his full fitness. This is one of the reasons that Seth Rollins is involved. It allows CM Punk to take more rest time if needed, while they play up tensions between McIntyre and Rollins. Rollins, of course, is also still carrying an injury. He wrestled Damian Priest while injured. This would be a great time for the ref cam. Just throwing that up there. It's right there. Opportunity's right there. Blue says, it's crazy to think 2 years ago Punk would be back in the WWE and happier than ever. Yeah, that's not a world I ever really imagined us living in. Ooh, Sai asked a very good question. Did anyone watch the full pre-show? I only watched the half hour that I streamed. Imagine watching 3 hours of pre-show. Like, what are you doing? Bayley says, Batch of Berlin will be a better time slot than this one. Yes, it will. It's a very good year when it comes to PLE time slots, I tell you that. We have UK, we have Berlin, we have Paris. We had Australia early in the year. And in general, we just got better time slots. PLEs are starting an hour earlier. It's not bad. Thomas says wearing Brett colours. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Half expecting to hear Drew McIntyre say, who's your daddy, Montreal? Seth knows exactly what he's doing there. Just baiting the crowd. And then getting out the way. He literally runs out the way. I respect it. They're just beating the hell out of each other. Liking it. Liking it. Blue says CM Punk's vocal support for the trans community is definitely one of his best traits. I agree. I have people asking me where to watch the pay-per-view. I'm watching it on the WWE Network. Which by the end of the year I'll be cancelling because we'll be going on Netflix. Joey says, I hope Punk doesn't hurt himself again. It's been almost 6 months since his last match. Yep, we'll see how it goes. At the moment, you'll notice not a lot of wrestling moves. Not a lot of wrestling moves, not a lot of pressure on the arms. Again, you'll notice that they're spending a lot of time with Seth playing spoiler, just giving some breathing time to the two of them. Blue says, Tom, do you think we see the 1997 SummerSlam ending here? 97, I'm not sure of. Is that the Brett and Shawn Michaels one? 98 SummerSlam is the first pay-per-view I ever watched. It was Undertaker and Stone Cold, hence my confusion. Hector says the Endeavour and UFC is all over this PLE, those walkout stats, similar to UFC fighters being introduced pre-fight. Yep, this is a Nick Khan initiative to get this one going. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate you. I can't watch both at the moment, so I appreciate you giving me the highlights as they come in. Bayley says, so far the ref cam hasn't been much. Yeah, they're having to avoid showing the hard cam side, which is causing some issues. So I'm for Irving trying to hide from Punk and McIntyre. Eventually, someone is going to kick her in the head. Not intentionally, but eventually it's going to happen, and that'll be a bad day. Leslie thinks Seth is going to cost someone the match. Yeah, Brett and Shawn got it. I doubt there'll be that chair shot to the head, especially after the recent Corey Graves comments. But I do think Seth's going to be involved. I like what Seth's doing here, just letting them fight. Blue says 97 was Brett Taker with HBK as a special ref. He cost Taker while trying to hit Brett. Led to the first Hell in a Cell, which was a great match. Shawn Michaels got demolished for half an hour and then crawled over and beat The Undertaker. That is not a world we want to live in. That's a ridiculous concept, and yet it's genuinely one of the best moments in wrestling history. He just got demolished that entire match. It were great. Again, lots of focus on Seth here. Crowd are chanting, we want tables. They want a bit of carnage. I can't blame them. This is going to be an intense blood feud, and instead, People are singing Seth's theme. It's not the same level of intensity that I was expecting, I'll say that. Oh, Drew. Drew with the Samoa Joe spot. Are they going to break the... No. This is exactly what happened at Wembley with Samoa Joe. Except Punk went through the bottom of the table. It's not a regular match. Michael Cole absolutely lying to us all there. In no way is it a regular match. Oh, we're going under the ring. Again, very similar to the Samoa Joe match so far. Seth's alright with it. Seth's fine with it. Seth's enjoying it. I mean, we wanted something physical. We wanted something brutal and violent. We are not being disappointed here. They are giving us what we want. Much like Batista way back when demanded of Triple H. Give us what we want. That's exactly what's happening. Punk's taking a bit of a beating here. No tables yet. Logically, Punk will be the one to get the tables. He'd be like, CM, get the tables. That makes the most sense to me. He's the face. He needs a pop. Drew McIntyre should not get the pop for the tables. Oh, stamp on the arm. Bit of good old-fashioned ring psychology there. I see you. I see what you're doing. Snap suplex. Going for the back now. CM Punk doesn't even let a count of one happen. Seth baiting Drew McIntyre here. Absolutely baiting him. To be fair, we do know that Seth Rollins is a master baiter. He knows exactly what he's doing. I was about to say we've slowed down a little, but we actually haven't. The crowd is restless. They are loving what is happening right now. Hector says, just imagine this being the first match you ever watch and you see Seth. You'll find out pretty quickly what wrestling's all about. Oh, I like that. Seth saying he can't get down and count because he's got a dodgy knee. I like that. That's fair. Very red filter on that camera. Blue says, Punk is such a good seller that much like with Bryan, when he first came back, I'm always going to be worried he's hurt. I don't think it's just the selling. I think it's also in general as a wrestler. He does get hurt. Open palm slaps now. I'm hoping he eats a muffin in the middle of the match. It'd be funny. Went for the knee. We haven't seen that in a long time. Again, a jackknife style powerbomb. They've just come back in a big way, haven't they? It's a one. Calm down. So I said it's brutal and violent, but I don't need the ref dancing in the ring and conducting the crowd in a song. That's offensive to the other two. If I didn't know better, I'd have wondered if they were testing Punk. It's not an unfair comment. It's not an unfair comment. Pastry blue? Hard one to say. I like a steak bake. I really do. Kevin says this crowd is not the same like the other crowd from UK or France. It's not the same, but they're still singing Seth's theme. They're going to be chanting for tables again soon, don't you worry. I mean, Logan Paul and LA Knight didn't successfully break their table. There's still a table ready. He's going for chairs. He's checking with Seth here. Crush says how much heat is on Logan Paul? Plenty. Most of the men's locker room don't care. It's mostly people like CM Punk who do. The women's locker room are furious. Okay, Seth's not sure now. Drew McIntyre trying to appeal to Seth Rollins here. I like what's happening. This is what I mean, by the way, about the spoiler, about giving CM Punk a little bit of extra time to recover because of his injuries. Little moments between McIntyre and Seth are allowing it. Okay, now they're really going for the whole 97 thing. In this case, by the way, Drew McIntyre is the Undertaker. Nearly had a 97. Seth with a slow arrival. CM Punk's not going to be happy with him. Ducked a kick before I arrived there. That was kind of awkward. Hector says, Tom at the announcer's table no longer gimmicked. In the LA Knight Logan match, the backdrop looked nasty. They need a point of impact in order to break. It's why Randy Orton can't break them either. You can't land that flat and expect it to be broken. It's the entire reason that the RKO never breaks a table. You can't land flat. You have to land with a point of impact. They did blue. They knew what people were talking about. Not CM Punk's dog. We seem to be entering comeback territory here. Punk's taken a beating. He's been second best for quite a lot of it. Momentum swapped. There's a knee. Liking it so far. We are showing how even they are. Chris says CM Punk looks very rusty. I agree with that, but I think he's bound to. It doesn't surprise me that that's the case. A third knee. Going for a long distance elbow. He does look like he needs a breather. Bayley says it looks like Seth tossed the ref cam. Quite possibly, yeah. Oh, Blue also says Punk's in his mid-40s, which again is fair. Punk just blew a kiss to Punk. Punk just blew a kiss to Seth, which is nice. Punk is a bit slow motion. He didn't get up very quickly for that submission move. Got it in. Now's the time to tease a Montreal screwjob, naturally. Nope, he got distracted. He got distracted. Silly, you could have taken that after breaking his arm. He got his friendship bracelet back. That's going to cost him. Claymore. Punk had eyes on the referee. It was a giveaway there. It was a giveaway when he was watching the ref. Blue says such a big reaction to the bracelet. Chris says CM doesn't stand for cardio magnet. To be fair, he does still do a lot of cardio. And Kevin says maybe CM Punk needs 10-minute matches. I wouldn't go that far. Once again, having Seth Rollins there allows him to buy a bit of time. Blue says, Tom, do you think Drew Punk happens at Bad Blood? Or do we get Seth versus one of them? I think it happens at Bad Blood. And then after War Games, we start the build towards WrestleMania where Seth versus Punk is revisited. They didn't get round to it the first time due to injuries. They will go for the second. It is the money match. Drew, just angry for the cameras. Just angry for the cameras. I do expect Punk's going to take a future shock at some point. Really? Another big guy running to a ring post. I am stunned by this development. Oh, these things annoy me so much. Punk signaling for the go to sleep. I don't think he's going to land it. Oh, Seth. Oh, Seth, what are you doing? A standard referee would do something like that. He doesn't have real pockets. We have a ref bump. Are we about to get a visible pin? Future shock. Oh no. Oh, Punk's about to get the visible pin. He's about to hit the GTS. Visible pin. 1, 2, 3. Seth did get in as quickly as he could. McIntyre naturally has kicked out. Punk, you don't get to be annoyed at Seth for this. He's just keeping hold of it. That's all he's doing. Punk's distracted. He needs to get his head in the game here. Don't diss the trousers. My company is an interesting little comment by Seth there. Chris says CM Punk's a good seller, always has been, and he better have learned how to take the future shock. Blue says Drew's definitely winning, crowd is into it. Blue says stupid Sabu pants, Punk's winning me over. Oh, Punk. Good sell to the GTS. Is he going to get the bracelet back again? It's a bad call. There's a low blow. Punk even holding the leg to really drill it home. No blue, not sure at all. Claymore after a low blow. That should be that. But Seth is taking a long time to get up. Definitely a visible pin. Punk's eyes open. Blue says Seth literally did nothing wrong. I agree. They're trying to make sure that you can blame both sides. The success with Punk and Drew is that you can actually see both sides based on your existing prejudices. The same can be said of Seth. I'm going to put that into a tweet. The success of Drew McIntyre versus CM Punk is that you can see both sides. Whatever your existing prejudices, you have someone that you can side with. We'll see a repeat of this for Punk versus Seth Rollins. Rollins did nothing wrong, but you can see why Punk thought so. So yeah, kind of what I expected with that one. It was before WrestleMania that I said the match at SummerSlam would be Drew McIntyre versus CM Punk. I'm glad it is now finally completed. I enjoyed the match. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. I think it was decent tempo, but it was too focused on Seth Rollins. I like that story-wise it laid it out well. I don't like that they did a couple of visible pins there. I definitely think we're going to get a lot more of this. A lot more of this. Chris says Drew winning was a W. It was me pointing out that Drew took the bracelet back. Yeah, break the arm, then take the bracelet. Chris says CM Punk came through and put him over, and he hates Logan Paul. Yes. Bayley gives it a 6 out of 10, says a clumsy finish. Blue says they're treating the bracelet like it's the One Ring. Well, that explains why it's going to end up with John Cena, because you can't see him. Hector says CM Punk cares more about a bracelet than winning a match. Gotcha. Yeah, that's literally exactly what they just told you. It was me, says Punk screwed Punk. The Bret Hart analogy continues. So I give it a 6 out of 10. It says, what a wasted opportunity. There was no need to build a feud for Seth at the start of this one. The attention he got was preposterous. I swear I'm enjoying the show. PLE should be about finality for feuds though. Unfortunately, while SummerSlam is giving us a bit of a refresh, I do see your point. We're not actually getting any real conclusions here. If anything, we're just continuing. What the hell is this a commercial for? Why are wrestlers fighting people with guns? People with guns should win. Oh god. Rey Mysterio with an AK. That's not right. I'm very confused by this. Oh god, no. Anyway. Chris says his wife and dog's name are on the bracelet. If I were in Punk's shoes, I'd feel the same. Joey says that was disappointing. I wish they would do away with these special guest refs. We don't get many of them anymore. We don't get many. Thomas gives it a 7 out of 10. Jordan gives it a 7 out of 10 as well. Crush corrects me, says Rey Mysterio with an M4. I don't know guns. Not a gun guy. In so many reasons. Not a gun guy. Never gonna be. It was me, says Bad Blood is coming up so they can't just finish storylines yet. There'll always be another pay-per-view. There will always be another pay-per-view. There'll always be a reason not to finish a feud and always be plenty of reasons for it. Bear with. Looks like we're getting a Damian Priest documentary as well. A lot of love from The Undertaker for him there. WWE 24. Yeah, Damian Priest deserves that. That should be good for him. Keep people interested. We've gone backstage to Damian Priest as he sets up. And I imagine there's no sign of Dominic Mysterio, but there is sign of Finn Balor. I just feel like Finn's lying there. What are you sorry for, Finn? There is a demon behind it. Finn Balor's definitely turning up. Definitely. Blue says there were some conclusions. Bron, Sami, Bayley, Nia, and Night Paul felt very final. Very true. I would agree with that. Ricky says, hey Tom buddy, good to see you. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you. Welcome. And Blue says they're turning on Priest tonight. Hope he doesn't play into the match. I want a clean Gunther win. They don't tend to do clean wins at the moment, unfortunately. I do think there's going to be some sort of Judgment Day interference. There hasn't been many clean finishes at all tonight. Nia Jax finished because of a distraction from Tiffany. We had Dominic involved in the first match. Naturally, I'm pretty sure we're about to have more Judgment Day here. We had everything going on in the Punk McIntyre match, and that's before you even factor in the Roman Reigns potential. A lot happening. A lot happening. Carl says 8 out of 10 was a good match. The Liv and Dom was cinema. Glad LA won the belt. The Nia Jax Bayley match was meh, which I agree with. Chris says Dominic Mysterio is probably in a hotel room with Liv. Also says Finn is definitely lying. He's odd. Just odd. Here was me says, oh boy, Balor just said he was sorry too. Judgment Day comes first. Foreshadowing. Bayley says with only one title being retained thus far, do you have any added concern about Cody dropping the belt? No, none whatsoever. Damian Priest is losing. Next up for him is a feud of Finn Balor, as I mentioned previously. Gunther moves on to different things. As regards Cody, Solo Sikoa is not a threat. He never has been. It's just not a... I can't imagine a world in which it happens. Especially knowing that there is a bloodline civil war coming. The belts aren't needed. Chris says Damian and Rhea will be allied together, right? Yep. They'll be outside of Judgment Day looking in, but they'll still be together. Tensions between Damian Priest and Finn Balor basically date back about 2 years. Honestly, it's about time we had a bit of bloodline drama. Not bloodline, bit of Judgment Day drama. Joey says, I hope they let Gunther and Priest wrestle without a bunch of interference. I think they'll mostly do that, and then they won't. So yeah, mostly do that, and then they won't. It's just... It's a bit of an all-over-the-place PLE. They're trying to do a lot of things at once. It's causing some awkwardness in the results. I don't love Gunther in this feud. Gunther's been doing what he can to basically elevate Damian Priest. Not a surprise, what we expected. But he's become very generic in this one. I don't feel like it's the same ring general we were seeing. I feel like he's missing something. He's become a bit dull. I'd imagine he's about to win a championship, so that dullness will be very temporary. But still. I got confused there because it said one will leave. What they meant was, and they followed it with, one will leave as World Heavyweight Champion. But initially what they were saying was, one will leave. Sure sounded like it was a lose or leave town match. Sean says, since Rhea was defeated, who do you think takes the belt off Liv? Still Rhea. Chris says, overall, I was happy with Punk and McIntyre. Can see why people were a bit disappointed with the ending. That bracelet was a significant factor. Can see the disappointment for sure. It was me says they made Solo look weak for months. They made him head of Timu Bloodline. He was never built up enough. He wasn't. They're still working on it, but ultimately he's the story here. His elevation is the story here. I think they're building him up nicely to get to WrestleMania against Roman. He ain't there yet. Giovanni says hi, welcome. Chris says it worked. Damian Priest gets lots of good reactions. True. Hector says shout out to Damian Priest or whoever has either coached or helped him with promo work because he's gotten better and better the more mic work he gets. Virginia, Damian's match is about to start. So jump in quick. It was me says Gunther doesn't have Imperium behind him and the Judgment Day stuff is taken away from the match build up. It does feel like something's a little bit missing. Chris says they shouldn't have split Imperium in my opinion. I would agree with that. I liked the group. I think in general, you should be pretty happy with the idea of having a group around him to just help and support him. Now the ring general does not look emotional. I'm still confident he's going to come out of this a champion, but unlike Nia Jax, there's no giveaway in that face. I see DDP, Kevin Nash, Scott Steiner, X-Pac. I do like the idea of a WWE Legends box. That's pretty sweet. They should do that more often. Things have quietened down a little since the Punk McIntyre match. I do think they're intentionally taking a bit of extra time here. Good pop for Priest. Very good pop for Priest. I'm happy with that. Looking good with that championship as well. I do think we're going to see multiple championships in Damian Priest's future. He has delivered exactly what they were hoping for. No one in WWE is at all disappointed by this run. This should be a bit of a hoss match, to be honest. Two big dudes just going to war. You're asking me to tell you the future, William. I don't have that news. Hector says, I like the King and Queen of the Ring are actually meaning something for the first time in a long time. So far the Queen did her job. Let's see if the King can do the same. A fair point. They've reintegrated the concept of a big reward for King and Queen of the Ring. It looks like both of them are going to come away with championships. They're not there, it was me. Only thing I can tell you, and you know it. Chris said the title is so gorgeous. It is a good looking one. There's just enough going on to keep it from being too busy. Gunther seems to have a handprint already from a chop. Chris says, I'm not happy that Bayley lost her WWE Women's Championship to Nia Jax. And Chris says, Giovanni Vinci hasn't been used since the split. I know Ludwig is injured, but the split didn't help. Means nothing in the end. Gunther's still in this position. Again, good pop for Damian Priest. They've got the fancy camera coming into the ring now. They're going to give the big intro. Interested to see exactly what we're getting. Gunther just always looks uninterested. He always looks somewhat uncaring. It's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. It's interesting. Cheers, Thomas. Appreciate you. Hope you had a fun time watching it. Oh, she rolled the R on Imperium. You'll be happy about that. He's getting this huge introduction. And he's just standing there like he's waiting his line at the bank. He's just waiting in line at the bank. It was me saying Gunther reminds me of Red Skull. We're going for the Avengers theme again, are we? Say goodbye, Damian Priest. Say goodbye to that championship. He looks more emotional. Bit more of a giveaway there. Yeah, I appreciate the updates, Thomas. I haven't seen much of Slot yet. I haven't been able to watch a full match and really work out what's going on, but it's an interesting shape, tell you that. One I've used on FM a few times and I've got no good strikers. And we're off. This might be the first actual collar and elbow tie-up. Michael Cole following up with what I've said about emotions. I am confident this is going to be Damian Priest in the ascendancy to start with. Gunther slowly making his mark until Priest sort of runs out of energy. It's just finished, Bayley. It's just finished. Nowhere good to chop. Priest needs to show for them. Oh, tempo's real good so far. Good counter, good reversal. Priest looking good. Got some unique offense as well. Bit of a drive-by. No, Stanley. Charlotte's currently still on SmackDown. She would be going for Nia Jax. She will come back as a face. Very even so far. Oof. Gunther showing off a little bit. Close to the count out. Gunther doesn't mind a count out. That's how he kept Chad Gable down all these years. Chris says Charlotte versus Tiffany's a match I have for Mania. I can see it. Now we're starting to see a bit of emotion, bit of frustration on Gunther's face. He's had a few hits. He's taken a few licks. There's been lickings. That's all I'm saying. I do love the audio that he gets on that. Hey Danny, how you doing, mate? Yeah, it's been a busy one. I'm expecting one more. Okay, we're taking a brief breather now. So far it's been a little bit hell for leather. No major moves thrown out. But pretty consistent in the damage being done. Gunther matches always increase in tempo as they go. He's always got a range of moves ready. That's good camera work showing the championship as well. We're going a little strong style here. Damian Priest seems to be rising to the challenge. Gunther likes to be physical. He likes to really lay him in. He doesn't often get the chance because he's working with wrestlers who don't want to let him. Priest could change that. Yeah, very true, Danny. Hope you've enjoyed it so far. I'd definitely say I have. It's been a good SummerSlam. There's only one match I can say that I didn't enjoy. Chris says the prize should be highlighted, especially if it's as pretty and as gold as that beauty. Oh, good camera work again. Into a submission on the ropes. It's not really a submission, it's just exposing. Lovely kick. He's going for the superplex again. No, he's not. He's going for a Hurricane Rana. And gets it. Drop my phone. Do apologise, guys. Me and technology not the best of friends at times. It's alright. Still works. Still works. So that's technically a dropout Falcon Arrow? Or a fallout, one or the other. There's one phrase for it. Chris says Breaker and Zayn didn't get enough time in my opinion. Personally, I really liked it. It was high tempo. Fact is, we have seen them wrestle quite recently. They needed to do something different, so a lot of their offense is already well known. Keeps it fresh. Priest so far been shown to be an equal to Gunther. It's a good way to help his further elevation. Gunther keeps going back to the chops. Cheers, Dan. We'll catch you soon. Thanks for dropping in. Gunther still calling things in between chops. Telling Priest to just lay into him there. Chris says, crazy, I didn't take Priest that seriously when he first won the belt, but his presence the night after really won me over. He's been brilliant with his promos ever since. His match quality's been good. Overall, he's definitely delivered, and I can see more championships in his future. Oh, Gunther's bleeding. Gunther's bleeding. From the chest. Priest is hitting with something so hard that there's blood. We're getting real serious here. This is going to be a fun one, isn't it? We have gone strong style. Pete says, do we see JD implode tonight? I suspect you've already seen the beginning of it. Oh, love that dropkick. Kervin, I haven't done a AW watch party as of yet. The only AW pay-per-view I've watched is the one I was live at. I've watched others, just not live. Chris says, put Nakamura in the mix? Yeah. Just because he's known for strong style doesn't necessarily mean that strong style is exclusive to him. Gunther has literally just realised he's bleeding. He had no idea. That's a good little character trait. Juan says, speaking of Gunther's bloody chest, Chris Jericho also bled from the chest courtesy of Minoru Suzuki chops. That's Minoru Suzuki. The fans are into something. Gunther is now starting to twist the knife, as it were. Crush, I do believe that match is out there. And it'll be worth the watching. There's no chance Gunther's... Yeah. He's not staying down for this. That's another finisher kicked out of. That's been a theme tonight. Nobody even expected that one. Other matches need lots of things going off on the outside of the ring. Not so much this one. Priest getting a huge response there. Hector says, imagine being so tough you don't know you bleed until you see it on the Tron. Gunther is that guy. Looking for a razor's edge. Might still be too early in the match for that one. Oh, good reversal from Gunther. Blue says something must have happened in the crowd. They kept the camera tight on Gunther with the crowd reacting to seemingly nothing. Yeah, I saw that. Something definitely got the crowd going and it wasn't the wrestling. Which is a shame. Chris says, Damian being booked as an equal is a great thing. Priest can go. I'm a Priest believer. I hope not a beach ball. That would be massively, massively insulting. Crowd seem to be back into it now. Match has caught their attention again. We know how good Gunther is, Priest rarely gets the opportunity to show how good he is until he won this championship. The spotlight is right on him. This is awesome chant from the crowd, the first one of the night so far that I've heard. Two men sharing a moment. Priest, you need to stand up before you do that. Gunther is comfortably fighting from the top here. Priest is not looking good. Priest says, am I evil for wanting Punk versus Gunther? Not at all. Good matches are good matches. Good pop for Gunther as well. The fans are behind both of these. Oh, that one's going to hurt. I think Gunther might be trying to draw some blood. Oh, there's Finn Balor. We're entering the end game of the match and of Judgment Day here. Oh, Pat McAfee's overselling it a bit. Priest is in serious trouble here. No towel to throw in, Crush. Kevin, I think Priest is happy to be called bisexual Undertaker. It really does fit his aesthetic. More blood. Gunther's embracing it. He's just letting it bleed. That is a man who looks like he's about to win a championship. Priest is just getting taken apart. Dominic? Big pop there. Something's just happened in the crowd. Oh, kick to Finn Balor as well. If there's going to be a turn, that might not be the choice to do it. Oh, hang on. Priest does still care about it. Priest does still care about Judgment Day. That was an interesting little Hulk up segment. I'm liking this. It's another clothesline. Razor's Edge. He's going for it. Lovely. Going for the finish. If Finn Balor's going to get involved, now's your time. He's hit it. Gunther's too close to the ropes. Priest is taking too long. Far too close to the ropes. Finn Balor. Finn Balor. What did I say? Essentially, Joey, what happened to Gunther's chest is Damian Priest broke it. Oh, Damian Priest saw a replay. Oh, I love that. Damian Priest saw a replay. Okay. You know what, WWE? You got me with this one. It's not how I want Gunther to win it. It's not how I want it to go. I want Ripley to come out and just smash Finn Balor to pieces. That's going to be it. He's going to pass him out. Gunther's watching Balor for some reason. Oh, listen to that crowd. Have you heard them? Straight for him. Bad choice. He's gonna put him down. Crowd is still willing him on. Gunther's left his legs open, which is an advantageous position. Called it. Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest have been removed from Judgment Day. I'm not sure we're going to see a stable blue. Chris says, even without Roman's return, this is one of my favourite SummerSlams. Danny says, Judgment Day is well and truly over now. Gunther has been crowned as World Heavyweight Champion. Damian Priest's run was brief, but it took Priest to the very top of the card. He will be back. So, as expected, as I've mentioned previously, what's going to happen next is Damian Priest versus Finn Balor is going to define basically everything they do from here on out. It's not a surprise, it's what we were expecting the whole time. Gunther moves on to different challenges. Long term, Gunther versus McIntyre seems to be the destination for WrestleMania. As regards Damian Priest, he and Finn Balor, I suspect that will be one that we see going for a while. So for the match, giving it an 8. Gunther brought it, Priest brought it. The pop from the crowd when Damian Priest rallied at the end was huge. That tells you everything about how successful this has been. The whole point was to get Damian Priest over. They did. They very much did. Thomas gives it a 9 out of 10. Sai gives it a 7, says was what it needed to be except for the slightly cheap finish. They gave Damian a lot. Danny gives it an 8. Don gives it a 9. Blue says curious what they're doing for War Games now, though for sure it was Bloodline, but I'm no longer sure. I'm still pretty sure. It was me says a new group of Liv, Balor, Dom, Carlito and JD need a new name. Drop the Judgment Day name. I don't think they will. I also don't think Carlito is going to be in it. If you're getting JD McDonough was brought in by Finn Balor way back when, Damian Priest never trusted him. Bayley says 8 out of 10. Gunther never disappoints. Jordan gives it an 8 as well. Chris says there's Gunther's wife and former WWE superstar Ginny. And Ricky gives it an 8 as well. We are 3 hours into SummerSlam. It has been a half-hour block for every single match so far. There is only one match left. Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa. Will we see Roman Reigns? we have an update on Cena. Hector says, Tom, I think it's almost time to put our wands up for the real tribal chief. What have we got in your Cena farewell tour there? Still focused on 2025. I don't think we'll see him in 2024. Drew McIntyre against Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania. That's what I'm seeing, and that's what I'm saying. You know me. I like to put my name out there early. The highlight of the night is vodka. I'm not surprised by this. Oh, you're doing a replay of that. We didn't need this. We have someone called Sherman King commenting on a short from earlier saying, so far this is the weakest SummerSlam ever. Can't say as I agree. Really can't. But to each their own. Backwards says Gunther is the best wrestler on the planet. Ricky says, I'm here for this buddy for the last match. Bayley says, just 40 minutes until we're here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman. Ricky says, I'm proud of Priest though, he's a main event for sure. Kevin says, tonight 4 new champions. And only 4 new champions. It does look like Liv's surprised by Dominic choosing her. Backwards says, will Drew versus Gunther be heel versus heel? Debatable. After all, once he gets away from CM Punk, Drew McIntyre is not necessarily a heel anymore. He's just cool. Hector says, I prefer to see Gunther Cena at Rumble, but that's just me. Give that Mania title match to someone who could use the spotlight. Carl says, are Liv, Dom and Finn all working together? Yeah. Now once again, I do think Finn Balor will be the big beneficiary here. I do like that we have both sets of tag team championships in the midst of a civil war. Crush says, quite rightly, the theme song Liar fits the show perfectly with what's happened. Miz and R-Truth are in the ring. They're going to kill some time announcing a total capacity? Total attendance, that's the phrase. Have a cheap pop. Oh. What's the attendance record? The attendance is 57,791, a very impressive number by any measure. So R-Truth had 2 lines there. Ugh. We have an Austin Theory and a Grayson Waller, and my god, what is Grayson Waller wearing? Carl says, if Roman returns, this is an all-time event. Which says, is laughing at the sign saying, manifesting the return of Roman Reigns. Blue says, fun fact, a Hurricane Rana is supposed to end with a roller pin. A Frankensteiner is the leg scissors without the pin, but as Americans American. Blue says, yeah, we're getting to 4 hours. Yeah. This is just a bit of time killing. Carl says, when is Bad Blood? It's in October. So far during the show we have peaked at 40 viewers. We have 65 likes right now, and we have so far hit 3,928 views. I can say with confidence that we will hit 4,000 before the show ends. Pretty good spot to be in overall. Really shows that we do continue to grow on this channel, and honestly I'm very happy with it overall. Blue says, Tom, do you think the Judgment Day storyline played into Finn re-signing? No, I think Finn re-signing played into the Judgment Day storyline. Cal says, I'm glad the Wyatt 6 weren't on the card because it overshadows whoever and whatever. So glad it's on Monday. This deserves its shine. Yeah, they separated them for a reason. Oh, interesting. There's a picture from a Kimmy_SoCall of CM Punk hugging Stephanie McMahon after his match. What a turn up for the Bucks. Okay, so Jelly Roll did a thing. He's beating people up because apparently that's the thing that happens. Is he really going for a chokeslam? Is he really going for a chokeslam though? Imagine getting the call and being told, yeah, you're going to sell for Jelly Roll. God bless him. Miz didn't know how to interact with him at all. What are you going to do? You're going to do the Cena move. Why is this happening? The Miz has got to sell this. It's always the Miz, isn't it? It's always the Miz. He's always the guy who's got to sell with these people. He had to sell for fucking Shane McMahon. Ugh. Carl says, quite rarely if R-Truth didn't defend Vince, I'd like him, but I don't. Motei, welcome. Says they're waiting for Reigns to return. It was me said this segment sucks, which indeed it does. They're just killing time and reheating the crowd ready for the main event. They like to have a little separation. Hector says, are they really killing time like Roman's entrance doesn't take an eternity? Roman won't get his full entrance if he gets an entrance at all. Getting a bit of a commercial for Raw here. Trying to get those viewers into the Sci-Fi channel historically has not worked. Don't think Joey's loving it either. Cal says Roman's going to go home if he's backstage after that. No, he's not. This is standard wrestling. Everyone knows what's happening. Billy says Cody and Solo are about to put on a 7-star classic, which is simply incorrect. They don't have long to work out a challenger for Gunther for Berlin. I think it might be Seth Rollins again. I mean, he's right there. Maybe it'll be Drew McIntyre and CM Punk will screw him again. It was me says they have these celebrities do things to wrestlers making it look like anyone can do it. Yeah, that's the point. They want the fans to think, yeah, I can beat up whoever I want. Then they buy more tickets. Blue says, Tom, do you think the Bloodline Rules means Roman and the Usos might get involved with the match? Do you think Orton and KO could? Any of those things could indeed happen. Kel says, after Gable, methinks the Wyatt 6 turn to Finn and Dom. I mean, they're right there. There is already something that likely to go on between Priest and Finn Balor, so I'd imagine it'll take them a little while longer. Maybe that's a WrestleMania match. Bayley says, could you run Gunther versus Ilya at Berlin? I think you could, and I think that'd be a good shout. If he gets to choose his opponent, which I think he probably should, Ilya's name will probably be the first one on. It was me agrees, says I agree. I can see Finn and Dom being the next targets for the Wyatt Six. So we are likely going into 4 o'clock. It'll be 20-25 past before we actually get to a ring bell. Especially because we've got a whole hype package already happening. Of course, things starting with Gunther and Ilya is perfect. Then Cal says Solo is supposedly the tribal chief and the unstoppable guy. He lost every match for a year. So did Sami Zayn. Things do change. It's all about aura. And Solo does not have it yet. Roman's in the hype package. That's telling. Hector says, I kind of feel bad for Solo because there's nothing he can do that would ever convince a crowd or anyone that he could beat Cody no matter who they put him with. I mean, once he beats Roman, maybe they'll come back around on this. Maybe once he beats Roman. Really hyping up the partnerships there. Kevin Owens and Randy Orton. Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton is on the agenda. I'm honestly kind of expecting at WrestleMania we'll see Kevin Owens versus Randy Orton. The same old Kevin Owens story, unfortunately. Fun fact, Solo Sikoa was undefeated on the main roster for quite a while. His first loss, Cody Rhodes. Virginia says, I'm not at all surprised that Finn turned against Damian tonight. I'm surprised it took this long. Regular viewers, a spoiler warning. Knew what the storylines are going to be months in advance. Joey says Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes seems more likely at Mania. The Rock versus Cody Rhodes is still the favourite to main event WrestleMania. If they're going Bloodline Rules, Cody must know that he has enough people. He must know that he has enough people in his back pocket. Orton and Owens are not enough. But if there's a Roman, I doubt he would have told him. It's a weird one. I'll be interested to see how much of a reception Solo Sikoa gets. Certainly he does not have the same aura or entrance that Roman does. He just walks out to some music. Joey says Solo is way better in NXT. Bayley says no one wants to see a 52-year-old Rock win at Mania, which is why he wouldn't. Nobody said he was going to. Joey says I guess some people are booked better by Shawn than Triple H. Yeah, different bookers will suit different wrestlers. That's not a bad thing. That's why some wrestlers will have great opportunities in TNA or AEW, and some wrestlers really need to be in WWE to make it work. Hector says, I mean, realistically, why do people keep helping Cody? Because they always just end up getting injured while Cody is still around. I mean, Cody was injured for a very long time himself. Let's not pretend he's always around. Steve says, good show so far, which I agree with. I'd like them to stick the landing, but I still think, even if they don't, it will still go down as a very good show. I like this camera work as well. Side by side with Solo, watching him stride. He looks nervous. It's a big main event for you, mate. It's a big moment. You've only been main roster for 2 years. Now you're main eventing SummerSlam. It's a big moment. Steve says, time for Saturday night's main event. Missed opportunity for WWE to use that slogan and graphic for PLE main events? I wouldn't say so. Competing in first ever SummerSlam. First ever SummerSlam. And he's the main event. There's already a Timu Bloodline sign. Self-appointed, yeah, absolutely. Cal says, I can imagine a lot of angry fans if Roman doesn't return, in my opinion. Yeah, but they'll be angry after the show, so the company won't care. They'll just turn off the feed before things start to get too bad, and then Roman can return on SmackDown. There are no guarantees, guys. Solo in many ways acknowledging himself there. No worries, Cal. House is coming along pretty good. I mean, you can see the office right now. I have paint. The walls behind me have actually been painted, and I think it looks a lot better, personally. There's still a lot of work to do. We're nowhere near done, and eventually I'll have things behind me that you guys can check out. But for now, I'm pretty happy overall with how things are going. Cody is coming all the way from his bus. It's very Goldberg. Yeah, progress is slow because there's a lot to do, but progress is progress. And I'm confident that by the end of the month, we'll be very comfortable and settled in our new home. Oh, he's coming out with a dog. He better not have pyro. Not again. It was me, says, any news on Cardona being serious about WWE return? No. Joey says, hopefully Solo puts on a good performance in this match. He'll need to. He'll need to. I appreciate you, Cal. Appreciate that. That's a nice thing to say. I feel very lucky and very blessed that I've gotten everything I wanted and things are working out. Thinking of where I was 4 years ago, things are bad. Things are a lot better now, and a large part of that is this community, so big thank you to everyone who's here. Steve says, will we see a Pharaoh heel turn? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That dog's going to acknowledge. Oh, look, it's Ann Anderson. Dressed in blue. Jacob says Roman better return tonight. Cal says I think if Roman does return, he'll absolutely spear both. He's not just going to let Cody off the hook. No. Interesting from Arn Anderson there. Are we potentially going to see Ricky Starks here? I'll laugh my arse off if we see Kenny Omega. There'll be friends he doesn't know about. Why did you bring the dog all that way? You know how Roman's entrances are long? Bayley says no one had Arn Anderson on their returning bingo card. I mean, a few people did. A lot of people did mention it. Once Arn Anderson left AEW, a lot of people were of a belief that we were going to see Arn Anderson turn up in WWE, and that is indeed what happened. Hector says, who needs help when you have the Enforcer and his Glock in your back pocket? And Bayley says, I told you a 4.5 hour show. And it turns out, you might not have been wrong. Danny says, Cody has a couple of friends on the way then. I'd imagine the ones he knows about are Kevin Owens and Randy Orton. The ones he doesn't know about, that'll be interesting. Would be a great opportunity for a Goldust, tell you that. Legally he can, Bayley. Oh, that's a blast from the past, Si. I believe he's firmly retired, but hey. I mean, Pete, I've been reporting on it for months. Cody leaving his skull behind, naturally. Blue says the mask makes Cody look like the clowns from Batman Returns. Ah, it was a great film. Hector says this is about to be an overbooked masterpiece and I'm here for it. Sai says retired and probably going to jail. Yeah. Maybe Marty Jannetty will be there. You're not wrong, Carl. You are not wrong. Getting the music was so important. Took a selfie for a kid. This guy just knows the job. I did mention Ricky Starks there, Blue. Certainly looks like he was trying desperately to get fired over the last few days. He's just getting pictures, he's signing signs. It's going to take him about 12 years to get down there. Cal says Cody is the definition of plot armor. He's the Rick Grimes of the WWE. Didn't Rick Grimes go missing for a bit? I think what you're going for with Daryl. I'm sure we'll find out, Joey. I'm sure we'll find out. Maybe we will see an Austin. Maybe Nick Aldis will come out. There's no way of knowing. There's no way of knowing. Fair, Cal. Fair. Pete says he's going to the bleachers next. I thought I was being, facetious when I said, oh, it'll be 25 past before we actually get down to the bell ringing. Looks like it's going to be way after that. Ah, Manu, good shout. Did you say a lonely king? So, kingdom. Hector says Cody going to WWE from AEW and his influence to bring over free agents from AEW can't be overlooked. The more he succeeded, the more the influence will grow. Basically, yeah, if Cody wants it, they make it happen. Blue says I'm going to enjoy the eventual Cody heel turn. Don't think that day's coming. Cal says, see, it would be easier to see Solo as a force if he didn't have him lose 4,500 matches in a row until Money in the Bank. Those days are behind us. They know it's going to be difficult. That's why they're taking their time and giving him a lot of wins. Once he beats Roman, we'll talk. He still looks nervous. Samantha Irvin just reacting to him. I like it. Yes, it was me. And it was on a Raw. I think it was on a Raw. Can't be on a Raw. I think it was on a Raw. Steve says, Samantha Irvin already elevated herself beyond Howard Finkel. I am not going to question Howard Finkel. Howard Finkel was an incredible ring announcer. Long live that memory. I'm not inclined to rank people like that. They were both. Well, Howard Finkel was very good at his job. Samantha Irvin is very good at her job. That's how I see it. Evening, you're right then. Here just in time for the main event. How are you still awake at 3:25 in the morning? Do you just not sleep? You're like me. Cody's showing the championship around like he's going to lose it, which he isn't. Wants to say, Tom, do you believe AEW will ever bring back Pyro for their shows, or is it gone forever? I can't really answer that one. It's a very strange question, and it's just one that I don't have an answer for, unfortunately. Cal says, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Gunther has the greatest title reign of all time. Yep, sounds like someone who is not getting ahead of themselves. Blue says, you were very close on 25 after for the bell. Very close. I'd imagine the match is only going to be about 20 minutes, but then Avengers Assemble. So we're undoubtedly going to see everyone. Yeah, everyone. So it says, trying to work out Arn's comment, is Dusty Rhodes still under contract in AEW? Yes, he is. It's difficult to decipher who's going to be the friends he doesn't know about. Fair done. Self-employed wrestling promoter. Yeah, that'll give you some sleepless nights, won't it? So all I'm going to say, as politely as possible, is shut your bitch mouth. Basically. Cal says, so happy Gunther won it. Was never going to be clean, but he deserves it. It has been a lot of shenanigans. It's like Shenanaslam. Summerguns? That's like an alcohol. Summerguns. Summer guns! Sun's out, guns out. What am I doing? It's 3:30. Guys, I'm delirious. We've had our first wrestling move. It was a run. Into a run. I will say the advertising on the ring mat hasn't been egregious. I haven't really noticed it apart from when they do the aerial and it's like, why is that green? Overall, SummerSlam's been good so far. Logan Paul got beat up. Enjoyed that. And if we're going to get lots of close-up shots of that massive black eye he's got, I hope so. Cal says, the WWE corrupted our minds. Oh, absolutely. That's all they ever wanted. Blue says, Cody main events are the new Roman main events, which means I feel like they have to go long, even if they shouldn't. No, they don't have to. They really don't. And they shouldn't. Give it 20 minutes. Job's a good one. Solo Sikoa catching the wrist there. Catching the wrist, catching the fist. Either one. Cody Rhodes not able to be fisting like he likes. We know Cody likes to give a fist. It's not happening. It's not happening. Crowd trying to wind up Solo. Unlikely to work on him. Cody actually stepping away there. Putting over Solo in absence. If nothing else, a lot of respect being shown there. And for someone like Solo, who's still early on in his career, that respect can go a long way. Solo not even looking at Cody now. Respect from Cody, disrespect from Solo. Cal says Solo's bound to have a lot of success here. I agree. I think he's earned it. I think he's very good at what he does. I think his promos have improved. I wouldn't necessarily say he can compete with a Damian Priest, for example. But I think his promos have definitely improved. I'm not there for 1 hour matches, Kervin. Certainly at times they have their place. When I'm watching New Japan, a 1 hour time limit is usually a sign that something's going to go the distance and it's going to be fun. WWE style doesn't quite work with that amount of time. Cody skinning a cat. Again, more disrespect from Solo. Solo, by the way, whose name is Joe. Much like Roman, whose name is Joe. A lot of Joes. A lot of Samoans called Joe. We all know who the favourite Samoan called Joe is. That's right, Samoa Joe. Kervin, I wouldn't say people don't care about this match. Yes, a lot of people are undoubtedly waiting for Roman, but let's not completely disrespect Solo and Cody here. They are trying to entertain us, and by and large, so far so good. It's an interesting battle. Pace is calm. Solo has a power advantage. And American vodka. I said Solo is wrestling like Roman. He's wrestling at a slower pace. He's wrestling from the top and is gloating to the crowd a lot. If he can deliver in that role, this would work. But I do think it's worth pointing out the weakest part of the overall bloodline was Roman Reigns wrestling. The matches were still good, but my God, were they slow. I swear Cody was looking for an RKO there. Solo so far even to Cody. No crush. I'm not aware of Ricky Starks being a free agent. I just had the feeling he's been trying to get fired based on some of the comments he's made. Kel says, if Roman is there, any idea how they'll hide him? What kind of things they do to hide the big reveals? Basically, they just put something over his face. Usually it's a towel. You know, like Solo comes out him. At some point, he'll just be walked through the back. But they'd pick him up and they'd just leave him on a bus and they'd be like, okay, stay here. Stay here until we call you. Don't pee during the main event. Great camera work for the Samoan drop there. I enjoyed that one. That is just some lovely camera work. Blue says, were there any other New Japan hour-long draws outside of Okada Omega? They had a lot of 35 plus matches, but I can't think of any other hour draws. I'm pretty sure Nakamura had a series of hour draws. I think it was with Kota Ibushi, but I'm not sure. Cody Cutter, long time in that one camera angle, which I'm quite enjoying. To actually see what was happening, which is rare in WWE. And Solo on the outside. We'll take this opportunity to slow down again. Nope, Cody won't. Cody won't be doing that. He don't care. Yeah, Sai's absolutely right, Kervin. We've updated in Gen Z to Gen Alpha from Vibe to Aura. Much like we've changed from me IRL to real. Because God knows you don't need to be creative with your words when you can say the same thing everyone else does. Weird's made a comeback. It's weird. Cody doing some punches again. Bionic elbow. Solo apparently didn't scout that one. I did like the counter of the Cody Cutter primarily because Solo intentionally stepped forwards. And that step forwards allowed him to do the actual counter. He didn't just stand there and wait for Cody to miss him. A good powerbomb as well. Solo proving he's good for it so far. I got a Gen Z and a Gen Alpha kid, so they keep saying things. It's always the same thing. Plus, it's amazing how the only way to be original is to say the same thing everyone else says. I tell you, school. Boos from the crowd. I'm expecting Roman Reigns chance anytime now. Speaking directly to the crowd now. When he speaks, he sounds like Jimmy and Jay. Logically, friends Cody doesn't know, Jimmy Uso would fit that bill. We could be looking at, for example, Randy Orton, Kevin Owens, Jey Uso and Jimmy Uso. Lovely Uranagi. Absolutely gorgeous move, that. Yeah, Solo's up for this. Bayley said if someone had sat through the pre-show right and stayed through the press conference, it'll be almost 8 hours. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. I only watched half hour of the pre-show. I'm okay with it. Wasn't for me. The pre-shows are becoming incredibly missable lately. We have a bit of a rest hold here. Learning from the Randy Orton school of rest holds. In that he just sort of stands there and waits. Crowd trying to get Cody going. I am surprised so far that we haven't heard a lot more talk of Roman. Another Samoan drop. I said earlier never do the same move twice. He's done it successfully 3 times. Solo keeping Cody down. Just staying firmly in control. Charlotte Flair has reacted to the sight of Arn Anderson. I'm going to ask Charlotte, are you one of Cody's secret friends? That aren't mentioned. Let's just put that aren't mentioned because otherwise it sounds real creepy. Match has been going for more than 10 minutes now. So far it's almost all been Solo Sikoa just holding Cody down. He is wrestling the Roman style, probably because he spent most of his time with Roman on the main roster, learning how to do it. A diving headbutt. So I said, I'll say this for Solo. He's been put under a microscope in a high pressure situation to take Roman's spot with little experience, and he's done pretty well with it. Yeah, I would say so. I think it's worth respecting that he's been put in a very difficult situation here, particularly with the losing streak that he had, and he's been told, okay, get it done. And so far, so good. The intention always was for him to be the second tribal chief. So far, that's exactly what we've had. Cody tried to do a sit-up Undertaker style, did not quite work out for him. Hector says, I saw Triple H did the point picture of Nia. Made me realise how hard she's worked since they rehired her. It was like a new lease on her wrestling life and she's taken advantage of it. She really has. We can't really be too annoyed with it because she's not only earned her spot, she's done some favours. The big loss at Australia, that was a big moment. Another big power move there from Solo. Just a momentum killer, just a sheer momentum killer. So I don't miss Roman Reigns' main events. Haven't missed them at all. In fact, I've really enjoyed the era of Cody versus AJ, where things are just a little bit faster. I haven't missed the Roman Reigns heel style match. And Solo's definitely delivering that. It's impressive when you consider his level of experience, but it's not something I necessarily want. You're going to do another diving headbutt. No, that is the third time today we've seen someone run to the top rope. It's not as impressive the third time, guys. I still don't think I could do it, though, to be clear. One thing I want you to know is that I don't believe in myself. Okay, I'd suggest now we're moving to phase 2, which is a point at which Solo's not as dominant. More the rally rather than the comeback. Doesn't hit the Cody cutter again. It does hit a crossroads. But as we know, it's not a finisher unless he hits all three. Here we go. Avengers are about to assemble. Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa at the moment. What was that? He's not good at all, is he? You couldn't even get him in the corner. So logically at this point, Kevin Owens and Randy Orton to deal with the tag team. Then Jacob Fatu. Then Jey Uso. And then Jimmy Uso just to get it over the line. Solo's not going to win, come on. Let's not be silly now, Michael Cole. Sai says the match has officially started. Kevin says if Triple H decides to quit creating booking, who do you think can replace him? Shawn Michaels, logically. Steve says, how did Cody kick out of the Magic Killer? Experience, he's taken it a lot. Kevin Owens sort of limping down to the ring. This is definitely going to be very similar to WrestleMania. It is still 3-on-1. Give me a Randy. Hector says the long entrance ramp kind of kills these run-ins. You're not wrong. Sean says, if it being Bloodline Rules, surprise no weapons yet. Well, there might be tables. I mean, I do feel like we were promised tables at some point. They just haven't happened. Kevin Owens is down. Randy Orton turn. There he is. He's trying to hype the crowd as he runs because what else can he do? Yeah, these runs do not help. It's not really a run-in. It's a sort of Anne Boleyn. Anne Boleyn, of course, famously a second wife of Henry VIII. Okay, that's our tag team down. But there's still a solo Sikoa to deal with. Awkward power slam, unlike Randy Orton there. Owens going for a frog splash. Now it's 3-on-1 again, but we haven't seen Jacob Fatu yet. Again, Cody, you know this. If it's not 3 in a row, it's not your finisher. True, Si. Tag team are now eliminating themselves from the fray. We won't see any more of them. Which, of course, means Jacob Fatu can now attack at leisure. I'd expect now Cody to go for another crossroads, then Jacob Fatu will attack him. Then Jey Uso will come out to protect him. There's a very slight "we want Roman" chant. Cody getting real aggressive. Starting to really enjoy his day. Steve says, is The Rock here? Good question. Cody making sure that when Solo loses, it's been a hell of a fight. Kind of seen a spear here. Yep. Terrible pin. If you want to pin someone, at least do a sexy pin. It's effective. It's proven. Use it. Again, we want Roman chant, a small one, but definitely a chant regardless. Yeah, a lot of people do share that spear. Nope, Solo, you gotta swap, turn it over, good lad. No, flip it round, Oh, that's just not true, Crush, come on. That's just not true. Crowd's starting to get a little more restless. A lot of people on their phones. This is going to go wrong. I imagine he's going to spear ahead first. Oh no, arse first. You're not wrong, Crush, bit of my hole. Okay, there's one. He'll hit the second. And now as he goes for the third, Jacob Fatu. Blue says the problem with matches like this now is people know it won't end until 15 guys come out. True. Oh look, it's Jacob Fatu. Whisper in the wind. So yeah, logically I'm seeing Jey Uso here. He had to steady himself before that moonsault. He's very impressive. Chris says, why didn't Randy and KO come back? Their episode's done. Cody kicks out. Jacob Fatu now needs to be equalised. Solo saying put him on a table? Why are you anxious, Crush? It's just a sequel. I mean, Cody's been through all this before. Guy's old hat. Corey Graves just leaves. I respect it. That would be a very bad choice, Crush. We all know it. Another "we want Roman" chant. They're getting louder. Hector says the way they put over Jacob Fatu is incredible. Definitely helps make him look like a complete killer to those who don't know his work if they haven't seen it before. And that's Cody for a table. And Jacob Fatu busting up his knee. He's going to have to suck it up. He needs to get beaten up by someone. He needs to He still needs to look dangerous. Why is he attacking a chair? Why is he attacking 2 chairs? Oh no, is he genuinely hurt? I think he's genuinely hurt. I think he's genuinely hurt. That might impact the finish of the match there. Another opportunity to kick out. Meanwhile, they're desperately trying to work out what to do now. Skip a step. They can skip a step. Cody drops before the fun. Still a sign right there saying manifesting the return of Roman Reigns. If Jacob Fatu isn't okay, just go to the finish. Oh, Cody cutter. I'm guessing something was supposed to happen with Jacob Fatu, but before we get to that, guys, what did I tell you? OTC Original Tribal Chief. Roman Reigns is back. And I'm naturally going to take this opportunity to find the spoiler warning in which I state exactly what Roman's return schedule is. Because it was a while ago. Blood and Summer, not that one. Past, present, and come back 2 months ago. 2 months ago. During spoiler warning, we reported on the return of Roman Reigns at SummerSlam. Subscribe now and don't miss another chance. Roman has gone straight for solo. There'll be a spear. Their fans are going for it. It'll be a win for Cody, and afterwards he'll probably spear Cody as well. Oh, it is electric. He's just going to leave. He's just going to wreck everyone and leave. I do think it was supposed to be Jey Uso equalising against Jacob Fatu. He'll hit the crossroads now. He won't leave it there. Guys, let it never be said that I'll let you down. He's not helping Cody, Steve. He's not helping Cody. He's got nothing to do with Cody. He's just stopping Solo. I do expect from here Roman Reigns will want one more match with Cody after he re-establishes himself as the tribal chief. Solo will not take that lying down. So, what do you want to talk about? There is a whole celebration in the chat right now. Sai gives the match a 7 out of 10 for that and the show. I think 7 out of 10 is a good score for SummerSlam. There were definitely some slower moments, but by and large, it all delivered. He's not the one good dude, Blue. Tama Tonga's incredible as well. I feel bad for Jacob Fatu. He had huge momentum and that's just been stalled. If anything, it's slightly concerning. Jacob Fatu's injury could not have happened at a worse time. Hopefully he's okay and he's able to capitalize on the momentum he's built here. Nia Solo. Pete gives it a 7 out of 10 as well. Bayley gives it a 7 out of 10, saying Tyrant of the Bloodline Rules running. So it was a sequel. It was Avengers Mark II. I get used to original Tribal Chief, mate. He's already got a t-shirt. And that is how SummerSlam ends. Roman Reigns having returned to reclaim his position as Tribal Chief. They've just remarked that the t-shirt means original Tribal Chief, as I said. They've already headed into the post-show, so we're going to wrap it up there. It's been a good show. Really enjoyed SummerSlam. Glad to have the opportunity to host another watch party with all of you. The sun's not quite rising yet, but it is 4 in the morning. So I should probably find my way to bed sooner rather than later. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. Really enjoyed it. And Roman is back, as first reported on the Tom Colohue channel. If you're not a Tom Colohue subscriber, this is your reason to do so. Make sure you subscribe and make sure that when it comes to news like that, you don't miss out. In the meantime, another successful show. More than 4,400 views. That means more than 4,400 people have been in this chat. 72 likes. I say goodnight now to the 27 of you still watching. I've been Tom Colohue. You've been fantastic, and I'll see you all very soon.